What's up? How's everybody doing? Hopefully my audio is back. I don't know why that problem happened. Super weird glitch. Again, to let everyone know, the Pentagon has been preparing, literally, to deal with boots on the ground in Iran for several weeks. So they're preparing right now for several weeks of boots on the ground with Iran. Wanted to make sure that that was the beginning of my stream for today if anyone was clicking on it. That's absolutely insane news. A lot of Trump supporters said that they were going to change their minds simply because of that, right? If that were to happen. Let's see if they actually uphold that. Um, I don't know if that will actually be the case. Maybe for some. We'll see. We'll see. Beesky, thank you so much. I really appreciate the membership subscription. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me make sure to fully set up the stream here real quick. Everything should be back to normal. I do apologize, everyone, for the delay on the stream because of the random glitch that just happened. That hasn't happened in so long. I wonder why that was the case. We're going to start getting some debates up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Alrighty, let's get everything going. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
06.
What month?
August 4th.
Okay, the election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Obviously Trump because
Is there a way you can
my
turn off the
financial.
background noise?
Yes, sir. Hold up. I have to turn that on the TV.
You're good. You're good. Don't worry. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. As always, everyone, if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, we are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people. As always, what's up, everyone, though, joining in?
All right. I'm back.
You know it's not several weeks, right? Yes, I know it's not several weeks, but that's what they claim. So, like, I'm going based upon what they at least identify themselves. And obviously, like, my position is that it's, like, likely to continue on further.
Uh, so can I tell you why I support him? That's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I just believe in traditional family values. The Christian, and the Bible. I'm pro-life. I think every child has the right to live. And if the mother's at risk, I do support an abortion. But as of right now, I stay dedicated to my faith, and I think politics and religion should be a thing because
Okay.
we talk.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think adultery
Yes,
should be
sure.
illegal?
Yes,
Yeah?
obviously.
Should Trump go
I
to
mean,
prison for committing adultery? Because he cheated on every single one of his wives.
well, God forgives everybody in the Bible. If you read the Bible,
Okay.
God forgives everybody.
So,
If you
so he
ask for
shouldn't go to prison.
forgiveness,
Okay, so
if
people who get abortions, they shouldn't go to prison because God will forgive them.
well, if the mother's at risk, I support it. But if the mother's not at risk, then
Would
why
you
are
also
you
support
ending
it
it?
if, like, the woman cheats on the man that she's in a marriage with and then becomes pregnant from her cheating?
No, she shouldn't have an abortion. No.
But in Numbers 5, it explicitly tells her to get an abortion.
Well, when we talk about the Bible, not everything. I have disagreements with the Bible, but
You have
we can.
disagreements with the Bible?
Well, I disagree when it comes. I support the death penalty, so it's different when it comes to the Bible. Like I have some disagreements with the Christian Bible, and that's okay. People have disagreements with the religion. I know you're not really religious, but when we talk about Christianity, back in the 1800s, you had to be Christian to hold political office. You know that, right?
Um, One, I don't even think that's necessarily true. And two,
Yeah,
the
you can
point that
look
I
it
would
up.
make is that regardless of that being true, I don't care. I think that we should live in a secular
So
country.
no, but the thing about it is that when we talk about Christianity and we talk about how people get along and work with people and forgive people, yes, Trump has done some bad things in the past, but if he asks for forgiveness, I don't know if he did, then I'm fine. I like Kamala Harris. She said that you're at the wrong rally when someone said Jesus is Christ. She should seek forgiveness if she asks for
She wasn't saying it
forgiveness.
for that reason. She was doing that
Yes,
because they
she
were
told.
no,
Play,
listen,
roll the
they
clip. Roll
were
the clip.
yeah, they
Roll
were
the clip.
They were a Trump supporter heckling the crowd, and she was telling them to go to the Trump rally.
No, okay, but why when JD Vance, when someone said Jesus is king, he said, that's right, Jesus is king. And you guys said that the Trump administration isn't Christian when they support Christian fundamental values, Parker, like pro-life, the turning of Roe v. Wade. I think that a woman should have
I
control
don't
over
think
your
that's
body, but
I don't think that's a necessarily Christian value. You don't have to believe that abortion should be illegal to be Christian.
no, but you're ending an innocent human being that God has known before he was even born. Parker, God knew who you were before you were born.
Chat, this isn't
Every
Phil.
child every child has a right to live. And you don't understand how women have to go through an abortion. You don't understand that. You gotta look from a perspective. Parker, what about if you're a hardworking father and your girlfriend got an abortion without telling you? You worked extra shifts. You've been wanting to be a
I think
father.
they're trolling.
No, I'm not trolling.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? That wasn't Phil, but I do think that they were a troll. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 32.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
What's your birth year?
So December 12th, 1993.
What state do you live in?
Say what?
What state do you live in?
Oh, I'm from Ohio, but I'm half Danish and half English in America,
Okay.
so.
Okay. And can you name two
Okay, let's go.
states? Can you name two states that border Ohio?
I need to name two states that border. Oh, Nebraska and Kansas.
Did you think you were saying Iowa? And even so, like, that one's not making sense. Nebraska and Kansas. Jeez, bro. Jeez. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
07.
1 month reborn?
April.
They're laughing, so I'm going to go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Tina, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007.
1 month?
June.
Okay, if the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I feel like he...
Okay, they left. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2000.
And you said you were 26. If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth month?
January 17th, 2000.
For sure. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I'm a Jewish American, and he's doing a lot for Israel, and I appreciate him for really adhering to Bibi's orders and helping us out in the Middle East, because the ultimate goal for Israel is we want to have complete control of the Middle East, and he's helping us do that, and he's protecting Israelis.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm a Jewish American. It gets in our best
I
interest.
don't know why you're
together.
associating that with being a Jewish American. You can be a Jewish American or not a Jewish American and still hold a view. But like the point I'm saying is that it sounds like an absurd view. You want to help Bibi out no matter what to create a greater Israel? Like saying
Yeah,
that
because I
out
have
up
family
front,
there.
like
I have family in Israel. Like he's helping.
so do you want to, so
Israelis.
you want to steal land from other people?
That's our land. It
No,
was
it's
our
not.
land.
It's not.
Yes, it was.
No, it's not.
Palestine never. No, no. Listen, Palestine never had that land.
Do you live in the
It
U.S.?
should not. Yes, I do.
Okay, would you be okay with indigenous Americans taking your house?
No, it's my house.
So then what's your argument?
That Israel
Because if
should own
if
the
you were
Middle East.
arguing that based upon indigeneity, that specifically Israelis are justified in stealing that land, which, by the way, doesn't even establish that to be true, then you would be necessarily arguing this. But you
Israelis
don't
weren't
argue
stealing
that.
the land. It was our land.
Okay, so what do you mean by our land? You just saying it's your land doesn't mean it's your land. It's currently in another country right now. You're talking about annexing other countries? That's like Donald Trump saying, yeah, Canada's actually our land. It's our land. We're annexing Canada. It's actually our land.
Well, I make the argument that it is our land because we're Americans. Like that should be our land.
Okay, so you think that we should own Canada. So you're just arguing for imperialism, right?
Yeah, because Mexico
For
and Canada
U.S.
should be
and Israel imperialism. Okay, so I have a question. Would you be okay with the U.S. annexing the entirety of North and South America?
I think it would be in our best interest to have Western dominance. Yes.
So you do think that we should annex the entirety of North and South America? Should we go to war to establish that?
I mean, whatever it takes. Boots on the
Okay.
ground, whatever.
How are you any different than like what Hitler was advocating for? Like in
Because
terms
he
of
wasn't
wars of aggression.
because he wasn't advocating for a greater good. We're advocating for a
He
greater
wasn't
good. The
advocating
greater
for
good-
what?
A greater good. The greater good. Listen, you understand something, right?
Wait. From his perspective, he was saying that. So you're doing the same thing. You're just doing it
No,
at a different
because-
location. You're doing the same wars of aggression to try to maintain some sort of like empire. You're doing the same sort of bullshit. You know that, right? Like that's going to lead to millions of people dying, right? You don't know. You don't understand that. I don't think.
No, because here's the thing: if the Palestinians
You're
surrendered,
also
there
talking
wouldn't
about
be-
world war. I just want to let you know that because you're going to have to fight the whole world in order to be able to annex the entirety of North and South America.
No, because I'll give you an example. So when we went into
Really?
Palestine,
You think the U.S. would be able to take the entirety of North and South America, and no country around the world would do anything about it?
someone muted me. I don't. Am I talking?
Yeah, you are. I
You hear
hear
me?
you, but can you answer the question? Do you think that they would have done nothing about it? If the U.S. tried to annex every country in North and South America, do you think any other country around the world would try to do something about it? He just left. Okay. Absurd. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on that TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yotsup, how old are you? By the way, that last guest that was up here was like literally like cartoonishly evil. So like that to me, it just like it screams like they're trolling, but like that's still insane. Yotsup, how old are you?
Jackie? Jack?
Jack Wilcher.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everyone. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Again, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
When did you last shit?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, 10.
Do you support Trump?
Nah.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
42.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
He's always there for us, even when he's not in power. So even when Biden was in power, he was tweeting and doing interviews saying that when I get back in power, I'm going to fight for you guys. If I was a Democrat and my leader only lost by 1% with only 107 days to campaign and came back with buy my book and there's a lot of stars in the sky, I would feel really hurt as someone that I thought she stood for me. This was our best candidate. The three things I would say Trump's done that are really changing the game. He did put an executive order on 50 states to ban transgender ideology. I know you guys don't think it exists, so we'll just pretend that was for nothing. We also...
Wait, so what trans ideology are you specifically referencing?
That certain states were allowed to hide the fact that maybe their child was having some transitional problems and they wouldn't tell the parents, like California. That was one state that was definitely doing that. Once again, this gets really strange when we start debating this because
So
you guys
when
will
you say
say
transitioning, you mean social transitioning? So if you're
Socially.
saying that they will tell the parents if you are socially transitioning.
Yeah, if your child's having sexual confusions at school.
Wait,
and
that's
asking
not
to be
sexual
called different
confusion.
things,
That's social transition. Do you know the difference
say
between
you're-
gender and sexuality?
Sure,
I don't think you
understand
do.
Okay, let's take it easy. All right, so once again, that was
Wait,
one of
I
the
am
things we
taking it
thought.
easy. I just said that you don't know the distinction. Is that like too abrasive for you?
No, that's fine. I agree with you. So from there, the reform to education, crime, of course, our border strength, that is a big one. I do want to say this before we get into it, that you got to ask yourself what party wakes up and hates the most, right? What party wakes up and hates on our president rather than defending
Maybe
who
the president of the United States that called for the execution of some Democrats
Don't
simply
do
because they
our
said do
0
not
point.
follow. Listen,
You just did one guy against your entire party.
Wait, do you understand that he's the leader of your party that you guys are
It doesn't
following?
matter. I'm saying the majority
Can
of
you
us don't
imagine
wake
if Joe
up
Biden called for
and
the
hate
execution
on
of Pete
Kamala.
Hegseth in 2015 because Pete Hegseth said the same thing?
Buddy, you Democrats wake up and hate on our guy. You don't defend anything you
Trump
really
says
want
that
to
he
stand
hates
for.
us. What are you talking about? You can't say that it's specifically
He has the
one-sided
right
there.
to. You've done nothing but.
Okay,
how
now
many
he has the right to.
presidents-
Now you justify his hatred. So are we not justified for hating a rapist? Are we not justified for hating a guy that undermines our democracy, our
Well, there's the
constitution,
question,
our rule of law,
Parker.
who undermines our core fundamental American freedoms? Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to hate someone that's undermining our country in the very fundamental
Well,
way.
let's talk about that, Parker. How many presidents have federal indictments against them? Do you know that?
How many? I don't know the amount of presidents had federal indictments.
You're not
against
getting all the same questions you usually get from all the other dorks. I know this conversation's going to go a little
them.
different.
I'm sorry,
right?
I don't know the empirical
I know you're
stat
not- you
of
and Dean
how many
haven't
presidents. Wait, I'm sorry, I don't know the empirical stat of how many presidents have been federally
Oh, it's an
indicted.
easy answer.
What's the answer?
How many presidents have federal indictments against them? I can answer it for you. I won't make you out to look like an idiot.
Are you
like
saying
wanna do
currently?
everyone.
Because he's charged and
In the
convicted.
history of America?
I don't know the amount of people in the history of
Zero.
America.
You know how many our
Trump
president
got a federal
has?
indictment.
Do you know how many our president has? 88 federal indictments.
Wait, so a president has been federally indicted. You just conceded. Thank
One
you
of
very
them.
much. Do you think? I mean, I'd have to look. There are probably other federal indictments towards presidents.
Check it out. So once again, it's shocking to us that you guys stare at this stuff with bullets whizzing by his ear.
Wasn't Trump trying to claim that he was going to get Hillary Clinton indicted, and he was going to lock her up? Was
I
this,
hope
like,
he
his main
does.
thing that he was
Did
running
you
on?
see that deposition?
Wait, I have a question. So when you say like under federal indictment, are you saying that like what he was advocating for there was like bad because he was advocating for her to be under federal indictment when she was running for president of the United States?
He was trying to say that when he was president, she would go to jail.
Yeah, exactly. Which, by the way, didn't
Yeah.
happen when he became president. And secondly, also like you literally
because
said
the
that like
Clintons don't go
other
to jail.
presidents didn't have federal indictments.
Right.
And also, by the way, wouldn't that
Sitting
be enough
presidents.
reason? And by the way, if it was so unprecedented that someone has had a federal indictment, right, then why would
88
you
of them.
support the individual that has the federal indictment? Who's done those
because
things?
out of
By the way,
88
Trump has been
federal-
convicted. Trump has been convicted. It's not just indicted.
By a bunch of Democrats in New York. So anyways.
Wait, so it's not a bunch of Democrats in New York. It's the federal system that indicated in a criminal court that he was guilty of this. You don't accept it because you have TDS,
We already
Trump
know what he
devotion.
did. He
You have
wrote-
Trump devotion syndrome. You will literally, for no reason, defend Trump in every single scenario, and
can
anything
tell
that
me who
indicates that
you're
he's
gonna
done something
vote for
wrong.
next,
Wait, listen.
Parker.
Anything that indicates that he's done something wrong is fake news from the Democrats, the evil Democrats
Definitely
trying to
not.
destroy
I
this
think we
country
should
from
be able to
within.
go
That's
through it.
literally what your position is.
No, not at all. I think we should be able to go through it and absolutely debate each situation. Now, you know why he has the 34 felonies, right? He wrote in the book
because he was
34
convicted,
times.
because he actually committed them.
And there's all this debates about, was this actual, statute of limitations in New York? And there was a lot of loopholes, it seemed, right? It wasn't really super hardcore stuff. And
And
then also,
by the way, no other past president has been indicted before. You are right about that. And actually, that indicates something unprecedented.
you take
right?
those notes, Parker, and keep that one in your back pocket for that one. Or I'll give you that one. All right, because that's a shocking thing, isn't it? That no president ever has a federal indictment.
Yeah,
Our guy
doesn't
has
that indicate
88.
that? Doesn't that indicate that Donald Trump has done such
And then
horrible
34
shit?
women come out of nowhere when there was no cameras. If he's such a habitual
26
sexual
plus people,
offender,
and in that scenario,
he's
you
such
don't
a-
believe any of them. You think all of them are fake. You think all of them are lying. You think the E. Jean Carroll, who held him liable in a civil court, unanimously went to a jury of 9
100%.
people, is lying as well. You also think that
Did
the
you see that
the
interview with her
victim
and
in the
Anderson
Epstein
Cooper?
files that credibly accused Donald Trump, that also got a settlement with the Epstein estate, is also
man, don't
making
be
it
the
up
poster
specifically
child for
whenever she makes an
Adderall.
accusation
Slow it
against
down a little
Epstein
bit.
about trafficking her to Trump. So I'm sorry, you don't actually address anything meaningfully that I say. You just say fake news, Democrats. I don't like it.
You just spoke at 186 miles an hour. All right, so let's just bring it down a little.
I didn't speak that quickly. Come on.
You guys gotta keep the Adderall
If
at
you-
a good level.
I don't take Adderall.
Wow, that's incredible. All right, so anyways,
What?
I don't even know where to start from where you were just there. That was fast. Where do we go from here, Parker? I mean, what are we saying that
Did
all
you
these
not
women
hear a
came out
single
of-
thing that I say? Maybe
Well, I do.
that's
I wanna
on.
say this. If
Maybe
he's
that's just
such-
your
that's-
lack of ability to like comprehend what I was
No,
saying,
I
and not
got
like
you. It's
me
just
just like not being able to make sense.
it's
Because the
fine.
way I'm speaking right now is the same speed.
Okay. Now, sure. So we'll say this. If he is such a habitual offender, right, a sexual habitual offender, why hasn't any woman come out in the past 20 years where we can get some cameras or some evidence or something there? Why is
There
it
is.
only back
You
in
just
the
don't
90s?
accept the evidence.
Which one
Why did
came
Donald
out
Trump
recently?
not give up his DNA? When there was a dress that
I
Eugene
wouldn't
Carroll
give it
said
up
there was his
either.
DNA
I'm
on,
not gonna
he
give
said
you
that he
anything.
listen. He said that he never met her. Right? There was a dress with DNA on it. She said that unidentified
Who
male DNA
keeps
was
a
Donald
dress
Trump's.
35 years later?
Someone who was
with
assaulted.
semen on it.
So, but by the way, it was unidentified male DNA. It wasn't specifically the male member fluid, right? You're not.
What does
It
that
was just
mean?
unidentified male DNA. It shows that he was closer proximity to her. So
You
if you're
think- okay.
so who holds on to something like this? A victim that has been assaulted, that has a traumatic experience.
What's
Okay?
her
The fact that
story,
you would
Parker?
try to
What did she
please
say
stop talking.
happened?
Please stop talking. The fact that you would try to use someone's experience against them like that, someone's trauma against them in that scenario, is disgusting. Again, let me ask this question. If he's so innocent, why won't he give up his DNA to prove that he wasn't at the scene of the crime? It's not his
Because
DNA, right? He never met her.
until proven guilty, and I'm not going to
Listen,
give you anything that
You're not
may help
listening though.
you
You're
against
not
my
listening though.
case.
If he wants to save tens of millions of dollars, if he wants to not or to save his reputation as well, which clearly Donald Trump cares about his reputation, right? If he had the ability to disprove it immediately, he would do so. This indicates that he's guilty. This indicates a lack of innocence
No,
because of the fact that
it
otherwise he
indicates
would have
nothing.
given up his DNA because he would have cared about his reputation like he always does, and he would specifically not want to give
Parker,
up tens of millions of dollars.
62 women tomorrow come out and say you touched them and kissed them inappropriately. They are now.
Yeah, if
gonna
I never
ask you
met, if I never met,
62
and so they were, and
Yeah.
people were claiming that there was a dress that has DNA
Yeah,
of
I
mine
got you,
on
I
it,
got you.
I would give up my
Actually,
DNA and prove
let
that
me-
it's
let
not
me-
me. I would give up.
reword that. They don't
Yeah,
come
I
up-
would give up my DNA and I would prove that it's not me. Did you think you just owned me with that?
Don't mute me.
Did
So
you
I'll
think you just
say
owned
this.
me with that? I would give up my DNA and
Well,
prove
you
that it's
won't
not
let
me.
Talk. So once
You're not
again,
listening
let's change the
because you're not
scenario a little
listening,
bit.
and I'm trying to get you to listen.
I hear you that you would give up your DNA, but let's change the scenario a little bit. It's not 62 tomorrow. It's 62 women over the next 4 years of your life keep coming out every 2 months or 1 month, and you got to keep supplying DNA over and over. And here's another allegation and another one and another one. Are you really going to play to the game? Also, while
That's
this is
not what was
happening,
happening in this scenario.
let
This
me
is
say
one
this.
time for
You
Trump.
said
It's one
26
singular
women came
time.
out. You said 26 women came
Yeah,
out.
but
I'm
not
sure
all
they've asked
cases
for
went to
DNA.
court where he had to give up his DNA. We're talking about supplying DNA once,
Okay,
literally
I'm sure it's been
once.
asked more than once.
No, we're talking about once.
Okay, either way, I wouldn't give anything that may try to charge me at some point. Now, what is EG?
You just proved it. You just said you wouldn't give up anything that could
What
possibly
if they read
incriminate
the
you.
evidence wrong? What if
Wait,
they
hold on.
read the
Pause.
evidence
Pause.
wrong? Why would
pause.
I ever
You
take
just
that chance?
pause. You just said, "Oh, I wouldn't give up anything that could possibly incriminate me." That's what you just said.
Amen.
So the only reasonable way that you would say that you wouldn't give it up your DNA in that scenario is if you think that you were guilty.
No, if I think that and Locust, I'm noticing that there's an Department of Justice attacking me right now. That not only are they trying to say I'm a sexual offender, they're trying to say I'm the worst human being.
So disprove it. So disprove it. Why don't you disprove it? If you have the ability to disprove it, if they're trying to take you down and they're trying to destroy you, and you have the ability to disprove it, why don't you do it?
Because I don't trust you. I don't trust the Department of Justice.
Wait, so by the way, they're
the ones trying to go after.
You think the civil court is going to fake having Trump's DNA?
I can be quiet if you need me to.
Okay, I need you to be quiet. You think the civil court's going to fake having Trump's DNA and to like act like it has its
Russia
DNA to match against
collusion?
that?
Are you fucking joking?
This is what I mean. This is why you have TDS, Trump devotion syndrome. You literally
second.
come up with the most conspiracy bullshit
to
try to justify your crazy ass conspiracy theories. Versus the galaxy.
Well, chat. Would the Department of Justice fake anything? I wonder if they've ever been faking anything before. Let's get real here, buddy. It wasn't just Trump's who had his door kicked in.
If they were just faking everything, answer this question. If they were
raided.
faking everything and they were controlling everything, why didn't they steal the election in 2024? Why didn't they get him criminally convicted for all of the crimes that we're referencing? And why was it a civil liability? Right? So wait, why was it a civil liability, not a criminal conviction? If they could just fake whatever they want, why did they fake a criminal conviction?
It's not easy. They couldn't do it under.
Oh, it's not easy now. So now they don't have the ability to fake it. Do you see how quickly that mantra changed? Now they don't have the ability to do that. Wow, how come they have the ability to do it in one scenario and they have all these crimes that they're fake? They're faking all the felonies. They're faking all of those criminal convictions. They can do that, but they can't fake a criminal conviction of sexual abuse. Are you fucking kidding me?
I think they can do.
Do you hear yourself right now?
Close. Whatever. We already saw what happened, man. So we don't have to deny any of that shit. You couldn't tell me who you're going to vote for next. That's the greatest truth ever, right? You sit there and smirk.
Neither can you.
You don't have a name in your head.
Wait.
Who
do you have a name? What's your name? Who do you want to vote for?
I'll take anyone. It can be Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio. I'll take any of them. I'll take any of them. You know why?
Yeah, run Pete Hegseth. Good luck with that one.
Seconds. Dude, I'll take Kid Rock.
Marco Rubio is Israel first, bro. Marco Rubio is Israel first.
If it's not Israel, then it's Iran, Parker. Which one are you going to choose?
How about neither?
No, you don't get that choice in America.
Yes, you do.
No,
you do get that
power.
choice. Wait. Why don't I get that choice? Because I think that's a legitimate choice.
We have to keep an eye on them at some point. You can't just step back.
Why can't we just say we disagree with either? You disagree with both.
There is no, because there's money involved. That's why.
There's
billions of dollars involved, trillions of oil, power. That's why. Because we don't just step back.
Oh, oil.
And
so you want to go to war for Israel for oil?
Parker,
for oil companies?
Let me tell you what it's all about. It's all about.
And by the way, is this to impact oil prices for consumers, or is it to help oil companies? Because it sounds like it's to help oil companies because consumers right now are getting absolutely destroyed at the pump.
Isn't it so smart that we hit Venezuela first, knowing that Iran was going to choke our oil a little bit?
You're a bootlicker for billionaires. You're a bootlicker for oil companies. You're a bootlicker for the defense companies. You're a bootlicker for Israel. You're a bootlicker literally for all of the worst fucking most evil people that are trying to get us in forever wars where U.S. civilians go into the fucking military and die in foreign wars around the entire world for the interests of the defense contractors and for the interests of oil companies and not for the interests of the American people. You understand that Iranian civilians are being murdered at mass. U.S. civilians are dying in the context, or U.S. soldiers are dying in the context of that conflict. And U.S. civilians are being at risk right now as well, right? Iran is threatening U.S. civilians as well because of the fact that they've been attacked in terms of their civilians as well.
I agree with you. So you can look this up in The Guardian. About a month ago, thousands of protesters in Iran started showing up at the hospital with stab wounds and pew-pew wounds and things like that from the police, thousands of them. We asked them, please don't unalive your fucking protesters. And they said, forget you. We're going to do what we want. So we hit a couple of their high-ranking officials, and then it began into what it is today. But they were already committing the atrocities. They were already taking out their own people by thousands for protesting. So
do you think the Iraq War was justified? Would you go to the Iraq War?
What, Operation Iraqi Freedom?
Wait, so you do you do support the Iraq War?
100%, absolutely.
So Trump disagreed with that, right? Trump was like, I disagree with the Iraq War. We were horrible. It was horrible for this country. So what happened to that? What happened to the No New Wars?
Man. Yeah. So yeah. I mean,
why did you vote for No New Wars?
Barack, well, listen. Even as Barack, when I attacked Kuwait, I didn't ask for permission. And me and my Michael,
would
as
you
a guy
enlist?
from Kenya.
Hey, would you enlist?
100%.
Okay, why not?
We don't
do it right
have
now.
to anymore,
Go
Parker.
enlist. Go enlist.
We don't have to.
Go
Stop
enlist.
repeating yourself like a girl.
Go enlist. I want you on the front lines.
Clap your hands when you keep repeating yourself.
I want
So
you on the
I'll
front
say-
lines.
Parker, every attack you read, 95% of it, what does it say? It says drone. It says drone attack. This is a game of drones. Why do you think China's so quiet about everything that's happening right now? Because they're prepping, and you can look that up. They have an army of fucking robots building like crazy. So that's why we hit
Why don't you go
Venezuela.
enlist? Why don't you go enlist?
I'm not going to do your personal angled pivot thing where you try
This
to get
isn't a
personal on
personal
me.
angled
Let's
pivot. You just
discuss
said you would
the
enlist.
party.
Why don't you go enlist right now?
discuss the
I want
party.
you on the front fucking lines.
I'm just past the age of enlistment. He just raised it to.
Oh,
it
now
was
you're
at
just past the
35.
Really?
It was
Push the
at
galaxy.
35, and he just raised it to 42. All right, so there
Wait,
it
how old
is.
are you again?
42 and a half.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I would pass basic training.
Oh, you wouldn't? Really?
Wait a second. Why do you think we're at a soldier shortage?
So, by the way, he's okay with you're okay with risking other people's lives.
do you
is what
think
you're
we're
saying.
at an enlistment shortage, or do you think we've gained enlistment numbers?
I don't think we should be going to war, and I don't think that we specifically
Don't
need to
pivot
have this
on
whole
that
mantra to
question.
force people
You
to go
know-
into the context of the military. Is there like a lack
don't
of
think
people
we
who are
should be going
enlisting?
to
Sure,
wars?
but yeah, I don't think we should be going to offensive wars for the state of Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid.
What countries
Yeah, we should
like
be
us?
we should be putting that money into the infrastructure for this nation that this nation desperately needs. We should be putting that into the healthcare needs that this country needs desperately. Over 60% of bankruptcies in this country, personal bankruptcies, come from the lack of ability to afford medical payments. Okay, you understand that we need to create a society where things like that never fucking happen again. We need to create a
You know
society
what's
where
so
people don't
great
have to
about
worry
our-
about whether or not
Go
they're
ahead.
going to be housed. We need to create a society where people are fed across the fucking board. We need to create a society where people that are the richest Americans
Dr.
aren't able to
Chen.
take so fucking much while literally the poorest Americans have such little, right? That's the society that I want to live in. A society that actually everyone is treated with dignity, that everyone is given a core basic standard of living,
There
that
it
everyone
is.
is actually treated, right, with literally
He means
human
everyone.
decency.
He means everyone.
Yeah, I mean
Legal
everyone,
or
because you're
illegal.
okay with like literally, by the way, creating a condition in a society where literally prison is preferable because you get literally shelter and food, right, comparative to just literally being poor and not being able to afford these things.
What country do you want to go to? I'll buy you the
What country
ticket.
do I want to go to? I want to live in America, and I want America
Yeah,
to have
the
access to the
fucking
basic
best one.
necessities that we can't afford to put ourselves into. We have the capacity, we have the technology, we have the resources, we have the wealth. The thing that's limiting us from doing this right now is the private corporate influence on our politics, where they're able to disproportionately affect
Wrong.
politics. Because the American people absolutely do support these things when you explain them, when you talk about them, and when you bring them up. It's just the fact that people haven't got these things passed through because there are huge moneyed interests in politics that are limiting, right, the American people from getting their voices heard. And it's
Well,
getting
you
a
can
lot of
look-
American
okay.
people to then be disenfranchised by politics and not engage with politics. So that's why I'm
Well,
trying
you
to get
say a
people
lot-
to engage right now.
Okay, you say a lot of people don't agree with this. You can look this up. CNN dropped these numbers. 80% of MAGA agrees with the Iran war, and 72.6% of Republicans agree with the Iran war. So we are in alignment to what's happening.
So
We're
what
not-
about the rest of the country? What percent of the
we
country
don't
actually
doubt that
supports the war?
Democrats go against
Wait,
us.
is it less than 30%? Is it
We
less than
don't doubt
30% of the country
Democrats
supports the
going in.
war? So less
Wait
than
a second,
30% of the
how does
country
that make
supports the war,
sense?
and you think that's
If
enough?
80 if
Less than
72
1/3.
That doesn't make any sense, Parker. The numbers aren't mathing. If 72% of Republicans agree with the war, and we are close in numbers in debates, when it comes to
Yeah,
presidential debates,
that makes sense
then
to
how
be
does
like
that make
30% or
sense?
less. Yeah.
We're pretty much 50-50 at 350 million people in the
No, we're
country.
not. No, we're not. How many voted in the election?
How much percentage did Kamala lose by?
Like you're saying, like less than
1%.
1%. Yeah. So,
1%. That's how close we are in this presidential debate.
okay, but you're not understanding though is that
Uh-huh.
in terms of like the elections,
I
not
get
everyone
stuttery
votes.
when I get confused. No, I
You're
agree.
not listening.
That's
I said
okay.
not everyone votes. You're not listening.
Oh, I agree. The independent is a massive number in our country.
Okay, so there's a huge portion amount of people that don't vote. So of Republicans, which is a portion
Uh-oh,
of
I
the
got a
portion that
visibility
votes.
restriction. I don't
Yeah,
know
you
what
did.
that means.
Yeah, later, bud. You got a misinformation restriction. Let's go to the next individual. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what do you think of Jews?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody.
I'm joining.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Fetus. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and the pinned comment on my YouTube as well. Let's make sure to go on to the next individual here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo,
How old are you?
I just want to say hi.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20, bro.
Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for? They left. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
47, man.
Do you support Trump?
I did at some point, yeah.
Do you right now? Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
That's you can't give Harris Harris and Trump, man. That's just and today, I guess it would still be Trump, just because I don't think Harris has. I just don't think she has the glut and the gall to run the country.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Well, I just the past election with her being vice president. That just gives you kind of every inclination that she couldn't actually be the commander-in-chief of this country. And I'm not saying that Trump is the best option overall, but you're giving just two people that really aren't,
Yeah, but like,
the
what
best
did she do that was
qualifications of
bad?
both
Can you be
have to be
specific at all?
Trump. It would probably be. Hello.
Hello? You're swept out of the app. I can't hear you. Okay. Do you give it a second, everyone? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I have a few people to thank, by the way. Robert, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Robert in the comment section right now. Good to see you. Thank you very much. Let me make sure to catch up all on YouTube as well. Lindsay, by the way, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, he's literally confusing you with the felonies. Kathy, thank you for the $10. Cassie, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Allison, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll make sure to take a look. Lucas as well, thank you for the $5. Oh, happy birthday to your wife, Lily. Happy birthday. Let's make sure to go on to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request. They just left, by the way. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We were just looking for some debates, everyone. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Kinda. I think I prefer him over Kamala, though.
Okay.
That's just kind of like me,
Okay,
though.
so if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Well, I didn't really vote last election, but I'd probably, if I had to, I'd probably do Trump.
No, like if the election were held and you could choose not to vote and you could choose to sit on the couch, what would you do?
Wait, hold on, sorry. Do you want me? Can I put my AirPods in real quick? Yeah, give me a second. It's kind of loud in there. All right. Say that one more time.
Yeah, so election held today, you don't have to vote. You could sit on the couch if you want. Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I don't know. It's just the way that like, I'm not supportive of like the war in Iran that much, and I'm not supportive of like the tariffs and all that. But like during his 2020 to 2024 term, I low key just like I kind of stuck with what he did back then. I mean, I don't know too much about politics, but
Okay, so like what did he do that you liked?
I think it's mainly the deportation, like securing the border, that I actually like really supported, because Biden didn't do that. He just kind of let them in and kind of let it go out of hand.
Okay, so you think that Biden let what
Oh,
go out of hand?
2020 to 2024 was Biden. Sorry.
It was
Yeah, I kind of.
2020. No, it was 2021 to 2025 was Biden.
Oh, I thought it was 2020. I thought that's when they had the election.
Yeah, that's when we have the election, but they don't get into office until the January 20th
Oh, okay. All right.
of the next year.
Mm. But yeah, it's mainly just like the securing of the border that that wins me over.
So, but, like, what did Trump do to secure the border that you like?
Well, most people don't really. I don't really. Wait, can I swear on here?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't really fuck with like most of ICE's like decisions and the way they do things, but like just if you take out the fact that they're kind of like corrupt and they just do their job, if that's what they did, then I feel like the people wouldn't really have too much of an issue with it, and also the wall as well.
Okay, so did you know that the bipartisan border bill would have secured the border and made the legal process go quicker? And Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill so that he could run on the border being an issue in order to be able to get elected.
I did not know that.
Yeah, like it was going to get passed, and Trump said, "Blame it on me if the border bill failed," because he purposefully was trying to limit it because he thought that he would get more when he gets in office. But I mean, he's not negotiating and working with people in Congress, so clearly that's not happening. So he lied to use that to get elected because he doesn't care about the border, seemingly.
I feel like that's what most politicians do. It's kind of just like top tier lying.
So, I mean, stop feeding into it. Don't support the candidates that lie the most. Support the candidates that lie the least. Make that a point that you care about. And if you want authenticity from your politics, vote for authenticity. And if you clearly look at Harris versus Trump, who's more authentic? Clearly Harris. It's not even close.
I can't comfortably say either are more authentic. I think they're both trying to do it for their own personal gain. Because Trump, I don't know, he's just some billionaire guy, and Kamala, I don't even know who the hell she is. So
if you don't know who she is, why do you assume that she's just trying to do that?
Because I don't know, I've always heard that the stuff that she said that she could have done as vice president, like she could have like pushed towards that, because Biden wasn't really doing much towards the end of his term. She could have just like gave him the word and be like, hey, do this, but she like didn't. I feel like she could have done more, but she didn't. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, she had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history. Can you name one thing JD Vance has done as vice president?
Oh, I don't even know that guy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't. Like I said, I don't really keep up.
So it sounds more like you're currently like not keeping up. Not that she hasn't done anything.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't have an issue with, like, personally, I don't have an issue with either of them. I just don't think I feel like there's better options for like presidents.
Yeah, but like you can't just say because I feel like there are better options, that means I'm not going to vote for the better option over Donald Trump. That makes no sense at all. Like, because like these are the options that we have.
I didn't vote at all.
But like I'm saying, given that you said that you would vote if the election were held today, in terms of the analysis that you're making.
Yeah, well, I think I'm gonna let other people come up. People are wanting me to get off here, so.
Okay, all right.
All right, later.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Hey, J-Time, can you accept that guest request that I sent you? You've been calling me a grifter and saying that I made the worst argument for Kamala that you've ever heard. So how about you accept that guest request? Midlife Maddie, thank you so much for the 20 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much. Give some W's from Maddie in the comment section right now on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the 20 membership subscriptions. That is incredibly kind of you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? It's always good to see you, Maddie. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Always good to see you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And it definitely does. It definitely does. Heavensley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. It absolutely is. A girl, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then John, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. That person is just saying things in chat and obviously not accepting the guest request. Sarah, thank you so much for the money gun. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
No, but I was wondering if I could just have a.
The election was out. Sorry, I don't know. I just randomly went into that. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Hey,
Do you support Trump?
I just wanted to say the last guy was right.
I'm sorry. I kick people who don't answer my questions. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fucker, I love you.
Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
18. Yes, I do.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
11/01.
Okay. If the election were held today,
November-
Harris
November
versus Trump,
1st.
who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Why do you support Trump?
A few reasons. Let's start. Let's go back to border policy. Okay. I heard you were talking about this executive order shit with Trump. All I can say is Trump secured the border by 99%. He stopped massive amount of drug ports through the border. We had our streets being cleaned up. We had doctors, verified doctors coming out and saying they've never seen nothing like this from the less amount of overdoses in the streets.
Pause
Everything
real
is
quick.
went down.
Pause real quick. You can't say any specific drug name in particular. Just letting you know, it will make me kick you.
Fentanyl rates. Hold on. Okay,
Wow,
my bad.
I have to literally
My bad.
kick you now because I was just telling you not to do that and then you do it. Like, okay, that's your fault. That's your fault. I'm gonna go on to the next person. Wow, that's unbelievable. It's like people don't listen to me. It's really annoying. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
And do you support Trump?
I want to talk about Iran.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you for this one. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual here, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. What's up? How old are you? How old are you? Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Sarah, thank you, the Galaxy. Thank you. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Hey, I'm taking a shower right now, bro. My bad.
Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Do only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. I'm about to just start banning people. To be honest. How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
55.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Are you seriously asking that question?
Yeah.
Okay. I would vote for Trump.
Okay. Alrighty, why do you support Trump? J-Time
how
come
could
out
you not?
after. Sorry, I was talking to the other guest. J-Time, just come up after. We'll talk to you after this. So you said what was the reason?
Trump's a good president. He's a good person.
How so?
Loves his country. He said, "Make America great again."
Okay. So he
Remember
said
when?
that. Is America great yet?
Do you remember back in '92 when Clinton said, "Make America great again"? But he wasn't called racist.
I wasn't alive. I'm asking, are we great yet?
Right. Well, was it great before? Was Biden? It was great under Biden. Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking, are we great yet? Because you said, make America great again. I'm asking, are we great yet?
Well, we're getting there.
When are we going to be there?
He's dealing with a lot of problems. He's actually trying to solve issues, not run on an issue, not politician and raise money
on
an
wars?
issue.
No new wars?
Right. No, there is no new wars. He ended
Really?
wars.
There's no new wars? We're at war
He's
with Iran
ended
right now.
wars.
You know the Pentagon is literally preparing right now for boots on the ground?
Do you know that 47 years Iran has chanted death to America?
That doesn't
and killed
mean...
thousands of American soldiers? Did that ever matter?
Yeah, so you're talking about different points throughout history. It doesn't mean we are at conflict with Iran prior. So you understand?
We have always been in conflict
no, we
with
have
Iran.
Not. That's just
For
wrong.
47 years, we have been in conflict with Iran.
So then were we at war with Iran under Trump's first administration?
Absolutely. Absolutely. With every president before him, that they all kicked the fucking can down the road.
So
go back and do some history, son. Don't.
I did.
Don't.
I know you're going to crash out.
You know your history.
I know more history than you.
Okay.
You want to try?
Well, right. So Iran has been our friends for 47 years, right? Since 1979 when they took 230 hostages.
Can I have a question? Can I ask you a question? When did Pearl Harbor happen?
That would have been 1941.
What day?
It would be December 7th.
You are right. You are right.
I know.
What year did World War II begin?
That was 40. The day after, I think we declared war on Japan. After Pearl Harbor, we declared war on Japan, and in 1943,
it was 1939 with the invasion of Poland.
Right. No, we were not in the war in 39.
That doesn't mean it wasn't a world war.
Hitler was in war with Europe in 39. We were not in World War II in 39.
So there was World War. I never said when did the U.S. involve itself. I asked you, when did World War II begin?
Oh, well, that was when Hitler invaded all of fucking Europe.
when Hitler invaded Poland.
Okay. And what's your point?
Yeah, so I mean, talk about knowing history. Do you want to go? You want to try? How many do you want to go through this? We can ask you a bunch of different things about history. What do you want to know about history that will then mean that you'll be able to take into consideration what I just said? Because I am taking into consideration history. I'm taking into consideration the fact that U.S. military intervention has destabilized the Middle East, has not led to better conditions, has led to us spending trillions of dollars in the Middle East for the interest of oil companies and for defense contractors, and not for the American people.
So when has the Middle East not been destabilized? Since what fucking year?
I'm saying that we've destabilized it to a greater extent. It was actually
we have destabilized
it. For example, with Iran, 1953, we overtook a democratically elected leader and reinstated a military dictatorship. Did you know that?
Yeah. Which country are you talking about? Nicaragua.
Iran.
Oh, Iran. Oh yeah, when they ousted what's his name? You mean when the Ayatollahs took over in 79?
No. I'm not talking about when the Ayatollah took over. I'm talking about in 1953 when they took out a dictatorship, or not took out a dictator, took out a democratically elected leader and reinstated a military dictatorship.
Huh. Well, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, that's true.
At 53, yeah, that possibly. I don't know.
So U.S. military interests for oil and for U.S. companies, right, specifically is not for the American people. It's destabilized our relations all around the world. It's caused us to be in constant war, made us spend money on wars, rather foreign wars all around the world, forever wars, rather than spending money on our infrastructure, on our healthcare, on our childcare, on basic things that people need.
So where have the Democrats been in all this? If all of that is true, then why haven't you done something previous? Why are we having to do this now? Why didn't Bush take all the oil in 01 and 03?
Can I criticize both?
Why didn't when we invaded Kuwait and we kicked out the fucking Iraqis out of Kuwait? Why didn't we keep the oil? When we went back to Kuwait and Iraq, why didn't we ousted that fucking motherfucker? What's his name? I can't remember his name. Why didn't we keep the oil then? If we're energy independent right now, we don't need oil from the Saudis. Yes,
then why do we need energy?
We are a net exporter of oil right now.
No, I'm asking, why do we need what's called oil from Venezuela then?
We don't need their oil.
Then why does Trump want to steal it? Why did Trump steal it?
What do you mean steal it? You mean from a dictator that Biden put a $20 million bounty on his head, and then we went and got him?
He's still stealing it from their country. He's still stealing from their country.
It's our backyard.
They took him from the country, and then they stole the oil. They said, give us the oil or we're going to bomb you.
We're stealing the oil. We're giving it back to the people.
No, there's no evidence of that.
He stole it from and sells it to Iran and Russia and promotes their war against fucking Ukraine.
What? So you're saying that like Venezuela was promoting the war with Ukraine when Donald Trump is the one that literally undermined funding for Ukraine and undermines our relationships with our countries in Europe that specifically are fundamental to funding Ukraine to ensure their
selling
sovereignty.
oil to Russia, Iran, and China and North Korea.
I know you're very angry, but you're not listening to the things that I'm saying right now. So
I'm not angry. You have a mindset that I can't get my fucking head around, dude. Honestly.
Also,
because it's so one-sided. You don't see another side of what the real world is. Why don't you go and move to Venezuela and then come back and tell me how it is?
I'm not saying
you don't love this country. That's your problem.
I do love this country, and that's why I want to make this country better. And I'm not saying
how
Venezuela.
Would you do that? How would you do that?
I never said Venezuela. I never said we should model our country after Venezuela. When did I ever say that?
Oh, I didn't say you said that. Go there. Go live in Venezuela.
Why?
Why? Because why is this country so bad? Why do you hate it so bad?
Because I disagree with how Trump is treating this country and what he's done to this country, our core fundamental
American
American values.
Better
so are you saying if you don't like it here, then leave?
What president has done better before him?
I know you're crashing out, but are you saying if you don't like it here, then leave? Is that your argument?
What's that?
Are you saying that if you don't like it here, then leave?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, so when Trump didn't like it under the Obama administration and under the Biden administration, should he have left?
Why don't you go back and look at the last 40 years of things that Trump
Can you answer the question? When Trump didn't like it under Obama and under Biden, should he have left?
No, he stayed to change it.
But he hated the country. But he hated them. He thought they were destroying the country. So if he hates it here, then leave. If you hate it here, then leave. Just leave. If you hate it here, then leave.
Remember when all your little fucking Hollywood faggots said,
oh, now you're using slurs. Get the fuck off my stream, you disgusting fuck. Go fuck yourself. You got absolutely dog-walked, buddy. Absolutely dog-walked so bad that you just had to slur on my live stream because you got absolutely smoked. Absolutely smoked. That is ridiculous, bro. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. He was fucking triggered, bro. He was so triggered. That's unbelievable. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen, everybody. Where was that one person that I invited up? J-Time, send a guest request back. J-Time, send your guest request. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Paul, are you there? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. J-Time, where are you at? Send that guest request. Let's debate. J-Time, where'd you go? We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Chip, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Chu, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I know, right? Doesn't make him right. Vinny, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That might be a good question to ask them. Thank you so much for the money gun. Thank you very much. Thick Frog, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. Kelly, thank you for the manifesting. Thank you very much. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Again, if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes, everyone. It helps push it out to more people. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes if we can. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Well, okay. I have a question. Right.
Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I like his, I wouldn't necessarily say immigration policies, but I think we do need to start deporting. One thing we need to get rid of a lot of these people that are coming in undocumented.
Why?
Why? Because it's just not needed. And then until that, you know what? I honestly believe that if these people want to come in, we should send them to go fight for citizenship if they want to be Americans.
No, I see no reason to do that. Can you answer the question? Why do you want to deport undocumented immigrants, right? Who, say, for example, who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes? What material benefit does that have on society?
Oh, I don't know. I just think it holds. I think it holds a little bit more structure within a country, to the point where it's not. You can't just be letting anybody come in, because once you start letting people in like that, then what? People start taking advantage.
So it's not
of
just
you.
letting anyone in. If you've committed a violent crime or bad crime, you're not letting the country. But what material benefit do you get from deporting individuals who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes? They left. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Mijn opdracht
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Riskeer je leven niet. Wie gaat je...
Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Hey, how's it going?
Yo, what's good? How you doing?
Good. Just getting some things done this morning. I got to finish editing my video from yesterday for No Kings.
Great, that's great. How'd it go for you?
Good. I saw you posted pictures and stuff. Did you get any content?
I didn't go to get content. I literally just went to like go there, and I took my mom with me, and I took her to like one of her first protests she's been to.
That's awesome.
That was really nice. She had a great time, and it was literally just to do that, and she took the picture for me. That was really it. So,
Crazy.
But yeah, I guess one thing I thought about was like I could go and like interview people and stuff like that, and I
That's
feel
what
like
I
that
did.
could be good content. But I don't know. I really enjoyed just like going there and going to the sign and standing there like everyone else and doing it that way. That was really nice. And taking my mom. That was really a good time.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
How about you?
I think a lot of people. It was so much good energy, like that. For it to be that many people, it was just so much positive energy, and I always think that's a really good thing.
Yeah, did you see the largest single day protest in American history?
Yep.
Insane.
Yep.
That's actually crazy.
I live in Washington State, and people came from Canada to participate.
You said what?
I said, I live in Washington State. People actually came from Canada to participate in it.
That's crazy. W Canadians for that one.
Yeah.
W Canadians for that one. That's amazing. We love that. Let's try to get this next person up here real quick, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. We had protests in Canada. Yeah, there were protests all around the world, actually.
Mhm.
So the 8 to 9 million number is actually just in the 50 states.
It was crazy. How's your debates been going so far this morning?
They've been all right. It took a while to get some debates. I had like a glitch when I first started. I've only been on for an hour so far, so because I had a glitch when I first started. So we'll see even if how long I'm on live for now. Because if Dean hops on earlier today, I'll probably split my live and do the half of my live later. But I don't know if he'll hop on early or not.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election out today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
You have a feedback and an echo. Is there a way you can fix that?
Yeah. Is it fixed?
Yeah, I think so. No, I hear you still. I hear myself.
I'm gonna be on Bluetooth. There's really no way I can fix that.
Okay, well then I will just go on to the next person. I'm sorry. It's pretty impossible to deal with, to be honest. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone.
I got a J6er today.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an unlikely occurrence. I always feel like people are trolling whenever they say that.
No. He was
This guy is probably
fully
serious.
committed. Yeah. It was the wildest thing. And he was just like, well, you can't convince me. He just leaned into all the conspiracy theories. And I was telling him, he was like, oh, the FBI. And I was like, well, Kash Patel. And he's like, well, he can't be trusted.
Donald Trump is your president, if you like
How old
it
are
or
you?
not.
How old are you? Sounds like a little kid, honestly. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 76.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, if the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Donald Trump, definitely. Why would I want to continue the outrage of the Biden administration?
Okay.
4 years of horror.
Okay. What was so bad under Biden?
Well, we had huge inflation. We had millions of immigrants coming across the border illegally. And more than that, a couple of million came across. We don't even know who they are. They didn't even want all the money and the support that Biden was giving illegals. They just came across seriously to hide from us. So what are they up to in this country? So there's a real danger today in the country because of Biden's stupidity. Not stupidity, because of his open border policy. There was a definite policy that he had in place that destroyed a lot of cities.
So there was no open border policy. They still were deporting people. There were still restrictions. And in terms of immigrants coming to our country, the undocumented immigrants are hiding from the government because they're under threat of mass deportation. If we provided them a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country, or if they haven't committed a violent crime or a bad crime, that would give them an incentive to identify themselves to authorities and to go through the vetting process. That's what I support. Secondly, the OECD...
Well, I know you support that, you see, but that is nonsense. They committed a crime coming across our border against our laws illegally. They are a criminal. But forget about major criminals. They come across as a criminal. That's not enough for you. What kind of an American citizen are you?
Okay,
You want all these people coming in? They don't want to assimilate. When you look at the Muslims in New York City and other cities on a Friday night, you can't go to a major area because they're all in the streets protesting as well as saying their prayers, whatever they say. They're not assimilating. They come to dominate.
What's wrong with people who are Muslim protesting? That's their fundamental First Amendment
Because
right.
they don't want our
Secondly,
country to continue like it
secondly,
is.
like
They
I have a
want to-
question. If you care about, wait, do you
How
think?
stupid are you?
Wait, hold up. Do you think anyone who commits a crime should be held accountable in every single scenario?
If you committed a crime, yes. Why you should?
Watch this. So then why did you vote for Donald Trump, given that that ensured that he wasn't put in prison for the 34 felonies that he was convicted of?
Parker, most of the people that are listening to you now have no idea what those 34 felonies are. What are they?
Falsification
serious
of
a
business
felony
records
was-
in the first degree, which is a classy felony in the state of New York.
One check every month for 34 months. That was the felony. And for that, you're going to condemn a man.
No, listen,
Give me a break, Parker.
he was falsifying business records to limit the story about him paying hush money to Stormy Daniels and cheating on his wife from coming out, affecting his election prospects. So that's why specifically it was a felony and why there was a predicate crime in this
Yes, it's a
scenario.
dangerous
But like
thing. My God,
also
why
you
didn't
now you're the one saying, "Oh, I don't care about the fact that he's
silly
committed a
argument
crime.
is
It's
it?
not that bad of a crime." That's what you just said. So that's an issue because
crime
you
at
just
all,
said that
really.
any crime, any violation of the law should mean that any American should think that they should be held accountable in every single scenario. But then you are unwilling to say that when talking about President of the United States.
He's already been held accountable. He went before a court and even held accountable.
No, he
Period.
wasn't. He wasn't put
Most
in
people,
prison.
the people for 34 checks. You want the man put in prison? Give
He
me a
wasn't
break.
put in
When
prison for
Joe
34
Biden's
felonies.
son got 8 million, how many millions of dollars in bribery money because his father was a president and he's not in prison, and you're going to compare that outrage to
Are you
writing
talking about Hunter
34
Biden?
checks?
Hunter Biden was never convicted of getting any of that. Like the only thing he was convicted of specifically was like a misfiling a something for buying a gun.
Limitations ran out. They played a game with him. They let him get away with it, Parker. You know that. The guy was guilty as hell.
Okay,
Come on.
so
Give me a
again,
break.
so you're just saying they let him get away with it?
19-year-old
No,
kid.
he was indicted. They investigated and they specifically tried to go after him, and they weren't able to find anything that would specifically stick on that scenario, anything greater than what they did. Now, in terms of specifically Donald Trump, right? There were investigations against him. Some things didn't stick, but this did. He was convicted of the 34 felonies. So, like, if you think that in every single scenario, if someone violates the law, they should be held accountable, then you should not have voted for Trump because you ensured that he was not sent to prison by voting for him for president of the United States. You're contradicting
Holding
yourself.
up
You're being a
bank is
hypocrite.
felony. Writing a check is a felony. Now you're going to compare the two felonies? Give me a break.
It's not a felony to come into
outrageous.
the country undocumented. It's a misdemeanor.
No, it's not a misdemeanor. The first
Exactly.
time. The second time, it's a felony.
Okay, so for
But
people who
these
come
people-
into the country undocumented, you think that they've committed a lesser crime than Donald Trump did, and yet Donald Trump shouldn't be held accountable, but the undocumented immigrant should?
The undocumented immigrant coming into our country illegally should be deported back to his country. Period.
Okay, so
And
again,
they
what
come
you're
in the
doing
right
here
way.
is saying you're saying
Yeah.
Donald Trump is
We
above
have
the rule of
laws.
law. That's what you're saying. You're saying Donald Trump's above the rule of law because the rule of law should apply to
No, I'm saying
undocumented
illegal
immigrants, but shouldn't apply to
aliens-
Donald Trump.
I'm saying, and I don't want to switch subjects on Donald, I'm saying illegal aliens should be deported. That's the point. And you're saying that you're comparing him to Donald Trump, an illegal alien. Give me a break.
Undocumented immigrants, I am comparing that because actually it's a lesser crime than what Donald Trump did. And you don't think Donald Trump should be held accountable, but you do think the undocumented immigrant should. Not to mention the fact that Donald Trump violates the law when literally enforcing immigration, because quite literally he's allowed for ICE to utilize no judicial warrant and only administrative warrants to search and seize
They have
people's properties and
administrative
houses.
warrants.
Right? He's also specifically allowed for them to detain individuals just based upon their race.
Administrative warrants are constitutionally authorized, Parker. They can use those administrative warrants, and they have for years. All of a sudden, the Democrats
they also need a judicial warrant. They need a judicial warrant.
That's silly.
But also the issue with the actual administrative warrants are the fact that they're signing judicial warrants, like they're smudging it and signing it themselves. Like there was a whole thing about them forging those warrants as well. So it's not just them utilizing administrative warrants, which gives them the ability to go after undocumented immigrants, but it does not give them the ability to actually enter people's homes. They're using that as the ability to enter homes,
Exactly.
and they're also lying about what type of warrants they have. So that's a problem.
And they're also going after people that are subject to deportation orders.
Right, but can you
And they've been hiding
directly
from
address
government.
what we said
And
about
then
the warrants?
Now ICE is going after them.
Hey, Jay-Z, can
I mean,
you
we finally
directly,
have people that are
Jay-Z?
protecting our laws and want to institute our
Hey,
laws.
Jay-Z, can you directly engage with what we said about the warrants?
The administrative warrants are legal, right?
Can
Are you
you
saying they are not?
engage with what we said? Did you hear what we said?
Yes, I can. And you said you come up and say that there are some instances where they are entering illegally. Maybe there are, and that should be corrected. I'm not for that. I'm for
Okay.
everybody doing everything, starting with ICE,
Okay,
particularly ICE. You can
so
do things-
you're acknowledging that yes, they're using they're illegally entering people premises, and since they don't have the actual proper warrants. And you're okay
No,
with
what
that?
I'm saying is your supposition is that they did that, and if they did that, then they should be corrected for that and held accountable. That's what I'm saying. I'm not
Okay.
saying that they did it. You're saying they did it.
No, like
I
they're
don't see
saying they did it.
anybody in the newspapers screaming about the ICE going in illegally.
There's been multiple articles about it, and plus there was an internal memo that was passed around through ICE that told them they could do it.
That they could go in illegally?
Yes.
Oh, I have to see that memo. I don't believe that.
Yeah, the memo was published in March of 2025. It's from a memo. A whistleblower actually came out and put the information out, but it's a memo from March 2015 that told them, due to Trump's executive order, that they no longer had to wait in order to enter premises. Like, it was a whole thing. But an executive order does not supersede the Constitution. And Jay-Z, if you're speaking off the app, if you're speaking right now, we can't hear you. You have to actually come back into the app in order for us to be able to hear you.
What? I don't understand.
We can't hear you when you were away. If you were just saying anything just now.
I was just saying now. Well, that was, forget about it.
Okay.
Okay. So I guess, like, Jay-Z, why do you still support Trump, given that, like, I think his immigration policy doesn't actually uphold the law to a
Look, I
greater
don't
extent? He's
support
completely
everything.
okay with violating the law? What's up?
I don't support everything Trump is doing. I have a lot of problems with Trump. I mean, I'm on Twitter against Trump half the times that I'm for him. But net, I'd rather have Trump than the outrage of the Democratic Party and the outrage of, I mean, I had my account at Twitter canceled because the West Wing called.
Before you do, that has to do with Twitter's ownership. That's nothing to do with the president of the United States and the vice president. So let me just clarify that one as well as two. Like, you brought up inflation. You originally brought up inflation. Inflation has gone up to 4.2%, right, under the forecasts from the OECD.
It was 9% under Biden.
Yeah, but that was not due to Biden's action. That was not due to Biden's actions. This is due to Trump's actions.
He's innocent. Trump is guilty of everything, and Biden is guilty of nothing. We have $5 gasoline, 9% inflation, probably 25-30% over 4 years, and we're still living with Biden's prices. What Trump hasn't done yet is reduce those prices. We're still up 2.5%, but 2.5% is not 9%.
So
the only way you're going to get those prices down is how? Have a recession, probably.
So the OPEC 2020 deal that Trump made is what is associated with the increase in prices, even under the Biden administration, because that went through 2022. And once that went away, the prices of oil specifically went down, right? That's just a fact. You can look at that on the graph specifically of the oil prices. Around that particular time, that's when they started to go down a lot more. Secondly, we can also point to the fact that under the Biden administration, there were things outside of what he did specifically that led to that happening. Supply chain issues relating to the pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war, which would have happened regardless of whether or not Biden was in office. So the reality of the matter is that what Biden didn't do anything to cause that inflation, but Trump did do what has caused inflation. Please listen. Trump did do what has caused inflation under this administration because he started the war with Iran. It was preemptive on his behalf. He decided to start it offensive. There was no imminent threat of them striking the United States.
There was no imminent threat. You want to wait for an imminent threat. Define imminent threat, Parker. When they have a nuclear bomb on top of a missile with the smoke coming out of the bottom heading towards Los Angeles.
No, it means that we have U.S. intelligence saying they're going to attack the United States, or they're very likely to attack the United States. Even so. Which we don't have. According to Tulsi Gabbard, who literally talked in front of Congress, was subpoenaed by Congress and talked in front of Congress, she literally said that they were not even building up their nuclear enrichment facilities since the original strike that we made 8 months ago against them. So the reality of the matter is that Donald Trump, right, decided to strike them even when they weren't even deciding to produce nuclear weapons after the original strike that they made 8 months ago.
Well, the reality is they also told our negotiators that they had 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium that they could be made into nuclear weapons like in 11 weeks or something.
No,
that's what they told our negotiators.
We had no U.S. intelligence that they were close to developing nuclear weapons or that they were even enriching uranium since the original strike. You're just not right. You're just completely
This
wrong
stuff
there.
is out
And the
of-
only
you're
reason
lying
prior
yourself.
to the strike that they were even building up their nuclear enrichment is because Donald Trump pulled out of the JCPOA, which is negotiation that Obama got under his administration, right? Specifically,
Oh,
that
let's not
limited
talk
them
about-
from
don't talk
enriching
about
uranium because
Obama.
we had unprecedented levels of surveillance over their enrichment facilities.
They were building at 65% enrichment. You don't need that for peaceful purposes, Parker. 2-3% is all you need for utilities.
I
Give me a
understand,
break.
but,
And we
but
also
they
told-
weren't
we
increasing
also
it
told Iran
after
that
the original
we would
strike that we
provide-
made.
Oh, come on. Yeah, I don't understand you. I really don't
I just told you.
understand.
I told you
how-
literally. Tulsi
a white guy
Gabbard, your
like
own
you
administration,
can be so silly.
literally testified in front of Congress and said that they were not, that we had no U.S. intelligence, that they were even building up the enrichment of uranium, right, since the original strike, because the strikes were successful.
They were building missiles and drones and thousands at a time. They're building long-range missiles. They have one that goes 2,000 kilometers now. They were going to build one that was 10,000
You're talking about ballistic
kilometers.
missiles. Ballistic missiles are not the same as having, what's it called, nuclear weapons. And again, for ballistic missiles, they can have
You
a ballistic
build a
missile
missile,
program. We're
you
not going to
put
go
it
to
on
war with them
nuclear
because they want to have a
power.
ballistic missile program. That makes no sense.
Well, what makes sense is they were going to have a nuclear bomb if Trump did not do anything.
This is not a
at
nuclear
all.
bomb. This is the whole
Under
WMD
Biden-
scare again.
under Harris-
This is literally
under
they're going
Biden
to have
Harris,
weapons of
they're gonna
mass
have
destruction.
nuclear weapons.
They're going to have weapons of mass destruction when blatantly we see that they're lying. Like we know that they didn't actually have that developed according to their own intelligence.
They built things into the mountains, hundreds of feet under granite to protect their centrifuges, which was some of the most modern centrifuges available, and enriching uranium. And you are sitting there telling me they had no nuclear program. That's
You're
so
amazing.
silly.
We have no
That is
intelligence
really
that
silly.
since then that
That's
they were
not
even doing that.
immature.
Secondly,
immature.
why was
That
it?
is.
Why did? Okay, so listen. How about this? Listen to Trump, and you'll hear from Trump that himself, the actions that he's engaged in, mean that he's weak and ineffective. Take a listen to this real quick.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
So Trump's the one who started the war. Obama got the negotiation. Sounds like Trump is the one that's weak and ineffective.
I don't understand that at all. I don't understand where it has any meaning at all for anything. Really.
I just explained?
We-
I can explain again.
We live in real time. We live in real time. The enemy has a say in the situation. Iran had a say. And Iran was doing all the wrong things. And for 47 years, they've been doing all the wrong things. They killed American soldiers. They're supporting Hamas. They're supporting the Houthis. They're supporting terrorist groups all over the world. And I'm glad they're done. They're not done yet.
So has
but
Benjamin
they will be
Netanyahu.
done.
Benjamin
And
Netanyahu
you
has
are
admitted to this. So
avoiding the
should
fact
we do that with Israel?
You're avoiding the Middle East will be beautiful for decades to come because of what Trump is doing
Yeah,
today.
that's what
destroying
that's what they
Iran.
said after. That's what Netanyahu was saying with Saddam Hussein. That's what they've been saying specifically for the past 20 to 30
No one said that
years
for Saddam
plus.
Hussein.
You understand
No,
that they've done the
Saddam
same
Hussein-
sort of propagandistic messages, and you're still buying that to this day.
No,
You
this
would
is
have.
different,
Did you support
Parker.
the Iraq War when it was happening?
Yes, I did.
Do you
Get
still
rid of
support
Saddam
it?
Hussein. Yeah, I do. But I don't support Bush. I support what our troops did. They did a great job. We got rid of a dictator. You know, getting into how Bush got that war started is totally terrible. I mean, they're having a false pretext for the war. But I'm glad Saddam Hussein is gone. What's wrong with that?
So you can be glad that Saddam Hussein is gone, but while simultaneously acknowledging that U.S. foreign policy in the region destabilized the Middle East, spent trillions of dollars, not for our interest, but for the interest of defense contractors and oil companies. So that's not for us.
The big
That's not for the
difference
American
today,
people.
Trump
That is for
Mark Bush.
companies. So what you've got to realize is that you're selling away our future. because we put trillions and
No,
trillions
no.
of dollars
He's
into that.
giving you
For
and
what?
your generation a future, Parker.
No, it's
He's
not.
giving
It's
your
not.
generation a
This is
future.
not giving our
What he did
generation
with
a future.
Venezuela,
That's
what
ridiculous.
he's gonna be
You are
doing in
selling away
Cuba.
our future because you're selling away investments we can make into infrastructure, childcare, healthcare, housing affordability, and basic things that people
I've
need.
heard the
We
same
can be
stories
spending that
of
on
the
American citizens, but
1960s.
you want to spend
Crying
that
out loud,
on
Parker.
foreign wars around the world that lead to U.S. service members dying and innocent Iranian civilians dying.
Parker, I heard the same thing during the Vietnam War and all the other wars that we've been in. It's
Yeah,
nonsense.
and they were right.
Since
Those
1960,
people were
nothing has
right.
been done.
Those individuals were right.
It's the same problems today that we had in 1960 with all of the
Exactly,
years
because
of
you keep
Democratic
perpetuating
control.
them. Because you keep perpetuating them. You keep fully going through with that
How do we
cycle.
keep
And what I'm telling you is
perpetuating them?
change route, bro.
Parker, you disagree. I disagree. I guess that's what it's all about. But I would think in 6 months' time, if you and I had a chat again, you would say, my God, Trump was so right. Look at Venezuela, it's blooming. Look at Cuba, it's back on
They haven't
schedule again.
changed the regime in Venezuela. Cuba is in worse off conditions
should
right
they?
now
Right now
because
they're
of the
working
embargo.
They're working very closely with Venezuela. Why change the regime that's working? That's what they made the mistake in Iraq. They fired everybody. They fired the army. They fired the police. They got rid of all the politicians, and there was nobody left to take over. He was smart to leave the Venezuelan government intact if they're working with him, and they are working with him. And he's splitting money with them. We're making money. They're making money. Everybody's doing better. The refineries in Texas.
Okay, so
getting loaded
how
up
have we
with
materially benefited the Venezuelan people?
by getting rid of a dictator, and where the money is going
But
into
you
the
just kept
Venezuelan
the vice
pocket.
president in office that was illegitimately elected. So then explain to me why you think that it was beneficial. What material benefit?
Because now the people that are there understand that their survival as politicians depends on working with Trump. And that's all they want to do, any politician, is survive. And they got rid of Maduro. He probably had a lot of enemies in his own
So
party.
what material
against the
benefit
politicians.
has there been for the Venezuelan people? Can you name any?
Billions of dollars are flowing. Have you read the newspapers recently? Billions of dollars are flowing back to Venezuela.
Okay,
Whereas
you said
Maduro
billions of
has,
dollars are flowing back to Venezuela. What's your source?
Yes. News to news. I'm reading the news. I'm hearing the news on the cable news. We're selling this oil. We're not keeping all the money. You got to be silly if you're thinking that. We're splitting the money with Venezuela. I don't know, 50-50, whatever the percentage is. We're keeping it, and we're sharing it with Venezuela. They're getting billions of dollars. Just Google it, or go to Grok or someplace, and AI ask the question: is Venezuela getting
So
any
there's
money?
no evidence that Venezuela has been benefiting significantly. I see nothing of that. So I don't know where you're getting this information
Well,
from.
I'm sorry for you then, because it's all over the news.
Where?
Yeah, well, I'm on my computer right now. I'm on it on a cell phone. Otherwise, I'd go into AI and give you an answer. But I don't have an answer to give you. So some other time. Well, I'll send it to your Parker Get a Job.
Ironically enough, if you look at Statista, actually in 2026, there's a lower GDP for Venezuela than in 2025.
What does it have to do with the oil proceeds going back in their economy?
Like
It's
if their
helping their
GDP,
economy.
if their economic size is smaller, how have they materially benefited? Like they had growth in 2021, they had growth in 2022, they had growth in 2023, they had growth in 2024, but then 2025 they had decline, in 2026 they had decline.
So what does that mean to me?
Explain to me how they've been materially benefited by the Trump administration. It looks like things have become worse off since Trump got in office.
When was that Venezuelan thing done? A month or two ago? You expect an economy to turn around in a couple of months? What kind of an economist are you? It takes like a little time.
Wait, but how can you identify that there's been any benefit? Because to me, it seems like there hasn't been any.
Well, maybe not yet, but I know all I said was that the billions of dollars are going back to Venezuela on the sale of Venezuelan oil.
But
That's all I
do you have
said.
any source of
And
information for that, or are you just going to say, trust me, bro?
Economy.
Is this just going to be a trust me, bro?
What? Trust me. All I said was that billions of dollars are going back to Venezuela, and eventually those will trickle down, some of it anyway, hopefully, to the people. And there
Well,
aren't
but
that
Jay
many
Z,
people in the
Jay Z, the
government.
point that you're missing is that Parker is saying that you keep making the claim, but there's no substantial information out there to prove that you're right. Like, do you have anything that would prove that what you're saying is factual? Because all the other data says that you're incorrect.
Well, I don't know where you're getting your data from, but your data shows what? Nothing is being done for helping Venezuela. When I'm seeing newscasts and news reports that Venezuelan oil is being sold and they are getting a share of the proceeds. Now you're saying I'm a liar. Call me a liar if you will. I'm just saying what I
What
hear.
Parker is saying that if you look at the actual GDP and since the actual
GDP
shift, the
takes a long
GDP
time to
hasn't
turn around.
grown.
You know that. Talk
Well,
about
the
an
GDP,
economy.
hey,
I'm not
Jay-Z, the
talking about.
GDP hasn't grown. And so there's been no substantial indicators to show that there's been billions of dollars that have come in. Again, we're not saying that you can't be right. We're just saying that there's no
GDP has nothing
evidence
to
that
do
you
with
are.
with dollars. GDP has to do with the production of goods and services. That takes time.
So, by the
Give me
way,
a break, guys.
actually, the justification, because I actually do see that they claim that they've given some of the initial sale of oil to Venezuela, and one thing that they said was
There
that,
you
so in
go,
essence,
Parker.
this is what Marco Rubio said. So in essence, we allowed Venezuela to use their own oil to generate revenue to pay teachers and firefighters and police officers and keep the function of government operating, so we didn't have systemic collapse, he said. So, by the way, the systemic collapse that
There you
would have
go.
happened because of what the U.S. did. Let's just clarify.
So they're getting
So
money, right?
yeah, they weren't
Was
on
I
the
wrong?
brink of
No.
they weren't
But
on the
that's
brink
not a
of
material
collapse
benefit.
prior. Exactly.
That just means that they weren't disenfranchised by the U.S. more.
Oh, give me a break. Yeah, well, you're making debating points. I'm not a debater. I'm just a guy with an opinion. So you win the debate. Big deal. But I'm telling you what my opinion is, and that's what it is. So
But
God bless.
shouldn't your opinion be rooted in facts and
Yeah,
information?
and evidence.
Well, yeah, I think in my opinion, I've been using facts, and you were using your
How,
facts.
yeah, but
And
like, what facts have you used? Because whenever I ask you for sources, you don't provide anything.
because as I said, Parker, I'm on a phone. I don't have my sheets of paper in front of me like you do. I'm not a professional debater, and I know the news. I follow the news 24/7. I look at all of the newscasts. I look at Fox. I look CNN, MSNBC, whether it's now, Al Jazeera, everything around the world. I'm very much in tune with what's going on politically,
Can I ask you a
but I
question?
don't keep notes.
Who won the
Yeah,
2020 election?
Donald Trump, of course. That was
So you think
a
Donald
push.
Trump won the 2020 election?
Yep, I think Joe Biden was just put in there, and it was a joke. The whole thing was a joke.
So let's
Don't
clarify.
wait, Joe Biden got that
60
many
plus
votes.
court cases, many of which were Republican appointed and Trump appointed judges, indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. There were audits in every single swing state indicating no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. And if Democrats stole the election in 2020 when Trump was in office, why couldn't they steal the election in 2024 when they were in office?
Because Lara Trump was running the Republican campaign. They had lawyers in a lot of the voting booths. The Democrats could not cheat. I remember in 2020 when in Georgia,
Wait,
they
didn't they
put
have
down the
surveillance over
state
the
so
2020 election? Because Trump was
people
claiming
couldn't
that there were
watch
going to be
their
mail-in
count.
ballot fraud prior to the election. He was saying that prior. So we had all of that investigation with the 2020 election. I don't know what you're talking about. There was actually more investigation into the 2020 election
I don't
than there
think
was
that
the 2024 election. Did you know that?
I don't think that election is over yet in terms of the voting count. In
There
terms
was
of
literally more investigation. I don't even know why he would just say that. There was more investigation into the 2020 election than there was in the 2024 election. So you arguing more investigation into the 2024 election is the reason why they couldn't steal it is obviously absurd, especially if they are in a position of power. That makes literally no sense.
you talk faster than a New Yorker. Blah, 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 blah. I can't understand a word you're saying, but I know what
Okay,
you say. I know what
what did you last understand? And I'll start from there.
what I understand is that Joe Biden, there's no way he could have won that election. The guy was an idiot then, and he's more of an idiot now. But him and Harris together to get that many votes, I can't believe it. Particularly when so many came in over the transom in late hours during election night. You know,
So
all
it
of a
just
sudden,
it just
300
hurts the fifis in your tum tum that you got
Yep.
that many votes.
Yep.
That what?
It hurts the fifis in your tum tum that he got that many votes, and that's why you don't believe it.
Yeah, it hurts.
I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. Christopher, by the way, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much.
Chancey, thank you for the one. I think he was like, from everything that I saw, he was definitely a J6er.
Ellie, thank you so much for the appreciation. Thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Of course, I always will.
I gotta go. It's been nice chatting with you guys, and
Wait, but you just said that. Hold up, before. I just want to establish this first. You believe that Biden lost the 2020 election just because you feel like it, when all evidence indicates otherwise, and you were trying to act like you're a nonpartisan person that isn't biased and looks at all media.
I'm sorry. I just got interrupted. What did you say, Parker?
You were trying to portray yourself as like nonpartisan and like not biased, while simultaneously believing that the election was rigged in 2020 with no evidence, when all evidence points against that.
I am not nonpartisan. I've never tried that. God forbid, nonpartisan. I am very partisan. I'm a partisan Republican conservative, and that's who I am. There's no way I would go with the Democratic Party. My family was Democrats all through World War II. My grandfather was a strong FDR supporter, but that party is dead. Now we have Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and people that hate this country, steal from this country.
They want to make this country a better place. That's out of love for this country. So us wanting to progress the country is not because we hate the country. It's because we love this country and we want to make it better. We hate who's currently controlling the country, right? We don't hate the country. We don't hate the people. We want what's best for the country. We want what's best for the people.
Everybody in Germany and Japan love their country too. You love the country your way. I love the country my way. And never the twain shall meet. We are so far apart.
And loving the country means that you can acknowledge when we do wrong, and means you hold us accountable when we do wrong, and it means we do better. That's what we do. That's part of loving ourselves. Loving our country is holding ourselves accountable and doing better. Because if we love ourselves, we have to acknowledge when we do wrong to be able to treat ourselves better and to be able to treat our relationships with each other better.
That was eloquent. That was beautiful. But I don't believe what you're saying based on your opinions to back up what you're saying. You love the country, but yet you want to continue the Democrat horror. How can you love the country?
Horror. Oh, you just got election integrity violation, so I do have to go on to the next person. That isn't the second election integrity violation, is it? The other one was misinformation. I think we're good then.
Hey, Parker, you were just debating Eustace Bass.
I was debating who?
Eustace Bass.
Sorry, I don't know what that means.
From Courage. Courage the Cowardly Dog.
I don't remember the reference, and I'm sorry.
You don't remember Eustace?
No, I remember Courage the Cowardly Dog, but I don't remember that reference within Courage the Cowardly Dog.
L's in the chat for Parker, guys.
I'm not gonna lie, when I watched Courage the Cowardly Dog, I think I was like 3 years old. So.
Really? Holy
yeah,
smokes.
I think I was really young. I was really, really young. Let's go on the next individual. Like I'm pretty sure I wasn't sentient yet. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
January 8, 2007.
And you said you're how old again?
19.
You said how old?
19, bro. January 8,
Sorry.
2007. Bro.
Sorry, cut out. Okay, why do you support Trump?
I mean, I think he's just a deal maker. I think he's the first real deal maker we've had as a president, to be honest. He's not a guy that's been in politics before, and he has the money to swing around. He's not, I mean, he's backed by the Jays, but besides that, he has his own money to throw around.
Okay, wait, so by the way, you're just an anti-Semite then, it sounds like.
Absolutely not. I mean, no. What is that? How does that make me an
You could
anti-Semite?
say he's backed by the state of Israel, but to say that he's backed by Jewish people is just not true. Fundamentally, Jewish people
He's
actually
not backed by
Did you know that?
AIPAC. He's
Wait,
not backed by.
didn't most American Jewish people vote against Trump?
That's
A
what I was
lot
just
of
about
them-
to say. More
That's true.
Jewish
That
American
is
people
true,
voted
but,
against Trump.
That's true, but Orthodox Jewish people definitely.
Oh
voted
wait,
for
why are
Trump.
you only looking at Orthodox Jewish individuals? That makes
I'm
no
not-
sense. Why are you
we don't have
hyperfixating?
to. You're assuming I'm just looking at.
That's
You
what just
made the
said.
statement.
That's what you just said. That's a statement
I
you
only
made,
said
sir.
that. I don't have to. I don't have to use every Jewish person as an example. I can use one set of Jewish people as an example. Orthodox
Why?
Jews voted for
Why
Trump.
would that be relevant?
It would be relevant so he can make
There's
his
more
point.
There's more
That's the
Orthodox
only-
Jews living in Israel. There's more
I have a
Orthodox
question.
Jews living in Israel.
I have a
than
question. Why was it
non-Orthodox
relevant
Jews.
that specifically Orthodox Jews support Trump? Why is that relevant?
There's more non-Orthodox Jews in America that didn't vote for Trump. Much more Orthodox Jews that voted for Trump in America. For sure.
Can you get? Why is this relevant? Why do I care?
You're asking me. You
No,
asked.
because you tried to bring this up as like a bad thing, right? That like Jewish people support.
No,
him, and
no,
you tried
I
to
didn't say it was a
specifically-
bad thing.
And then you tried to
he's
act like
got my point. Can I make?
No, let me finish. And then you tried to act like specifically it was just Orthodox Jewish people, right? Which you were obviously referencing Jewish people as a whole. And there are plenty of Orthodox Jewish individuals that don't support Trump. Let me just clarify that.
Sure, I agree.
So then why were you making such
But
a
I wasn't-
generalizing
wasn't-
statement for no reason?
My point was that Trump has money to throw around of his own, more so than most people involved in politics because they have a background in politics. They're not
It's 'cause
businessmen.
he's corrupt
He
and
gets
making
deals-
money from the presidency. He's doubled his net worth, billions of dollars from the presidency.
Absolutely.
Secondly, you said he's a deal maker. Can you tell me how has he got a deal done with Russia and Ukraine?
I mean, Zelensky came to the Oval Office in a tracksuit, bro. It's hard to
So
make
answer the
deals with
question.
guys that are non-professional.
Okay, so
it's
you're
hard
saying
to
he
make it.
hasn't
That's
made a
my
deal.
answer.
But I thought he could do it in 24
No.
hours.
I mean, look, Trump's a big talker. We all know that. Let's not. Yeah, every time that every president said something, they did it. Every time Biden said something that he was going to do, he did it. Is that your point?
No, that's not the point that I'm making. But the point that I'm making is that Donald Trump specifically clearly said that he was going to do this, wasn't able to do this, and it demonstrates that he's not a deal maker. Secondly, he literally said that Obama is weak.
He is a deal maker. He's
Listen,
made-
watch this.
Bro.
He said that Obama is weak and ineffective because he couldn't, because he was going to start a war with
You
Iran.
keep going back to that, but
Listen,
okay,
yeah, I
go
know, but
ahead.
this is a good point. Because he was going to start a war with Iran, and instead of getting a negotiation, Obama got the deal done, got the negotiation done. Trump didn't, and Trump started
With
the war.
Iran?
Yeah, Trump literally started the war. So that tells me he's not a deal maker. He keeps not making deals and instead trying to literally engage in military
look,
intervention.
In my opinion, we're the only reason we're even dealing with Iran is on behalf of Israel. So I really have no comment on that. I'm not in support of that. I didn't say I supported us being in Iran. I said I support Trump.
So then why do you support Trump given that he specifically is doing this
Again,
on
bro,
behalf
I
of the
think
state of Israel?
well, really it came down to he's the better pick of the poison. I mean, he's not really like it's the best pick of the worst people. Like I don't know what you want me to say.
How is
wasn't
Kamala
voting-
Harris worse?
Bro, she's a buffoon, bro. Come on,
How
please
so?
don't.
I mean, did she say that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19? Did she say that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that
COVID-19
that Donald
was
Trump
a
would have won the vote
racket
over Joe
anyway.
Biden?
I mean,
Did she say that we should nuke hurricanes to fight them? Did she say that windmills are causing whales to die?
Can I,
9%
wait,
for
wait,
Sigma
can I
four?
ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
No. Hey, just keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. If you can't clearly articulate how Kamala Harris was a quote unquote buffoon, then wait, hold on.
okay,
Wait one
let me go
second. Can I
ahead
finish
and-
my sentence? Can I finish
Can
my sentence?
Can I do that for you?
No,
If you're gonna
just
make a
hold.
statement, let me do
No,
it
just
for
wait.
you.
Just wait. If you can't clearly articulate how Kamala Harris was a quote unquote buffoon, then you are conceding and proving that you are a buffoon yourself. Like if you don't
Let
have
me
a
guess.
valid, if you
Then
can't
let me do it.
if you can't articulate that, then you're doing that yourself. Go.
I can articulate it. You're not
Go for
giving me a chance to. You're just making us. Anyway, Kamala got up there and articulated herself as a buffoon by the way she would almost act like it's the way she acted in front of huge crowds. I saw a couple clips of Kamala actually having some good points, wanting to work with children with autism, wanting to work with special needs, trying to get more money for those groups of people. I fucking love that. But at the same time, I don't like that she gets up there and almost acts as if she's drunk and almost plays this like, I'm a dumb.
Can you be specific?
Yeah, what she
I
did.
can't
I
pull
don't.
up
I
any
don't
clips.
agree
I
with
mean,
you. I don't think she ever
I
did
definitely, dude, if anybody here swipes out of this live and goes to the search tab and looks up Kamala Harris speech clips, they'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
We've
It's
already
not
done
that
that.
hard
that.
to
Let me play a clip. Do you want to hear?
play it. I mean, they're nitpicked, but sure, play one.
No, I'm gonna go to the first question of the debates. Is that okay?
That's fine. I mean, yeah, play whatever you want, bro.
Okay. First question of the debates. Let me pull it up for you right now.
Also, while you're doing that, I just want to call out the fact that I've been searching for that whole comment that you made about Orthodox Jews supporting Donald Trump, and there's no
Google
statistics.
it.
Yeah,
There's
I've already
no
been.
statistics.
I've been looking at
There's
the.
none.
Yeah, if you
Only
stop
zero
speaking,
Orthodox Jews
if
voted
you
for
stop
Trump.
speaking, I said I've been looking at multiple sources, including reviewing the Jewish Post, the Republic Jewish Correlation. I looked at Pew Research. There's a Harvard study as well. Like there's multiple studies as far as the breakdown is with Jewish people in the 2024 presidential election, but there has been nothing that I've been able to find saying that Orthodox Jewish people overwhelmingly that supported Donald Trump.
I mean, then that's fine. Maybe I know a few Orthodox Jewish people that support Trump, and there's tight knit communities of them that do support Trump, and that's absolutely
don't even
true.
see why that was fucking relevant, dude, at all. Like literally.
I don't
no
even know
reason.
why it matters. Why do you guys? Keep
Why did you bring it up?
Doesn't even matter.
Why did you bring it up?
My point was that he has his own money to throw around, but he's backed by the Jews. That's not a big deal. I don't
What
think
is
it's a bad
relevant for
thing.
that? Why is that a relevant point?
Nothing.
And by the way, that wasn't even
Nothing
true. That wasn't even true, by the way.
It is true.
Wait, the one
No,
thing that I
he's
will
not
give
backed
you-
by Jewish people. You're saying he's backed by Zionists.
He's backed by
That's a big
AIPAC.
difference. Big difference, by the way. Big difference between Zionists and Jewish
It
people.
is. It
Listen,
is.
most American
It
Jewish
is.
people did not vote for Trump. Which, by the way, he said if you don't vote
That's
for Trump
true.
and you're Jewish,
Which I
you should-
said is
By the way,
true.
he said
I
if you
said
don't,
there
he
are
said if you
some.
don't vote for Trump and you're Jewish, you should get your head examined. So he thinks most American Jewish people should get their heads examined because they're Jewish.
Also,
No,
just
he
FYI,
thinks if you don't vote for Trump, you should get your head examined. That was his point, not that you're Jewish.
He said for Jewish people who do this. He didn't say this for everyone. He said for Jewish people.
No, but he wasn't saying because you're Jewish you need to get your head examined. He's saying
That's
if you don't
exactly
vote
what it
for
was.
Trump, if you don't vote for Trump and you're Jewish, you need to get your head examined. That's what he said.
Just one other
It was a
thing I'll
joke
say.
about-
So I see that in 2020, Orthodox people that consider themselves to be Orthodox Jewish overwhelmingly
God.
supported Trump
Why
in
are we
2020. But in 2024, they don't have the numbers, but they did say that there was a shift even in Orthodox Jewish people towards Kamala Harris versus Trump. So I don't know.
And that
anyway,
could be true as well. That could be true as well. But I also know that Trump did a speech where they literally go, Trump is the first Jewish president we have. Whoever that guy was, that was I guess a Jewish advocate or something. I don't know. He's up on the stage with Trump going, Trump is our first Jewish president we've ever had. He's an honorary Jew. He went to Israel. He kissed the wall. He meets with Netanyahu frequently. I mean, how much more proof? I mean, it's not a big deal. Nobody's saying it's a bad thing.
It's not a big deal that he
necessarily.
supports Netanyahu and does everything Israel wants. That's obviously ridiculous to say.
That's a terrible thing. But I'm saying just Jewish people, just Trump liking Jewish people, that's not a big deal to me.
Yeah. Okay, so then I don't know why you even brought that up in the first place. So why
I just said that they back
let
him.
me
He
play
doesn't
Kamala
just have his
Harris's
own money.
I'm gonna play what Kamala Harris is speaking real quick, and then you're gonna tell me what you think
Go
was
ahead.
crazy.
When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to startup small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President.
So how did she sound drunk? What about that was bad?
I mean, there's nothing necessary, like with what she said, nothing. It's the way she says it. Like, I feel like
how did you say it that you disliked? Tell me, you snowflake.
I grew up in a middle class family. So like she tries to put herself in our shoes, in the public shoes, when she's a millionaire.
I'm sorry, she's just describing a reality that yes, she grew up in a middle class family, and that she knows what it's like specifically to need support from a middle class family, to say that everyone should be able to be treated with that support. And that's why she's using that as a baseline to say that she has experience with this, to say that she'd be someone that would be meaningful in addressing this. That's completely relevant to bring up.
Also, wouldn't that be more relevant than like what Donald Trump can offer? Because even though Kamala Harris is, yes, a millionaire now, she hasn't been a millionaire her entire life, where Trump has literally been wealthy his entire life.
By a lot. She's
but
much
Donald
younger
Trump
than
has
Donald
been
Trump by a lot.
wealthier. Yeah, but Donald Trump there's never been a situation where Donald Trump could associate with the middle class or lower income people at all.
Why are we, but it's not, I don't really think it's about that, because most politicians are extremely wealthy. I don't think you can really play like, oh, I'm middle, I know how you guys are.
She
I don't
said
think
she
you can
grew
really
up
play
in
that
a middle class
card.
family. Yes, she can. What the fuck? If you grew up in a middle class family, you do know what
Did
it's like
she
to
though?
grow
Do
up
we
in a
even
middle
know
class
that?
family.
Like, who
Wait, I'm
knows
sorry.
how true that is?
Listen.
JD Vance
Listen. Is this a
himself.
complicated
JD
thing for you to
Vance
understand?
himself
Is this
acts like-
listen? Is this a complicated thing for you to understand?
You get so
if someone
upset.
grows up in a
Calm
middle
the
class family, that they're going to understand what it's like to grow up in a middle class family.
I mean, I don't know how true that is. I don't really necessarily believe she grew up in like middle class is so vague too. Like where did she grow up middle class? I mean, I have no idea.
California. She grew up in Oakland,
I have
California.
no idea.
She
But
grew
also,
up in
Kamala
Oakland.
Harris is
She
no
grew
good.
up in she grew up in Oakland, California. Yes,
She
we
put
have
so
all this
many
information.
people. Her and
Oh, so
Biden
you're just gonna
put
disregard
so
what I'm saying?
many-
Got it.
Go ahead.
He does that
I
with
mean,
me,
look,
too.
she grew up in Oakland. She grew up in Oakland. I don't know if-
How many upper class families come from Oakland, California, especially in the time frame that she grew up in?
Again, California is so vague because Oakland jumps right into other areas. I mean, there's all types of little suburban areas
disingenuous as
around
shit.
there.
You're super.
That's not disingenuous. That's not disingenuous. That's true. That's true. There's suburban areas outside of Oakland that are nicer than you would think. I promise. I promise. But at the end of the day, Kamala Harris did nothing. You can't tell me one thing that actually happened. You can say as much as she could be, say all the right things. And look, I don't think that she sounds intelligent when she says it. You can disagree.
Yeah, but you haven't actually substantiated anything, and so that lends itself to you still being an idiot.
Let me answer his question though. So,
I thought this was a conversation about
okay. So I'm
Trump. I support Trump for
Ah!
I'm talking, bro. Don't fucking interrupt me, and then you won't have to yell. I promise.
I'll just mute you. Okay? If you're going to be like this, you're being ridiculous, okay? I was going to answer your question, and you're like not letting me answer the question. I wanted to answer the question, It's just Santana happened to speak and cut you off, right? So I wanted to be able to get into that, and then literally you just started talking. Okay, I thought I said that before you even started talking, so that's just a little bit
You
annoying
did.
on your behalf.
That's why I said, go ahead, Parker. I said,
Yeah, no,
sorry,
I was
go ahead,
not.
Parker.
I wasn't saying that to you. I was saying that to the
Yeah,
guest.
no.
I said that
No.
before the guest said that.
Yeah, for sure.
So what has she done? She had the most tie-breaking votes in U.S. history of any vice president, including the Inflation Reduction Act. That's something that she's done. Why would you assume that we don't know?
No, I literally just wanted to hear something that I didn't know. More so, I didn't know. I guess I don't know a lot about Kamala Harris. The most that I know about Kamala Harris is that she was put in place of Joe Biden after he had to step down. I mean, that. Did she not have to step in for Biden? She did not have to.
For the election run, yeah. What's your point?
Yeah,
She stepped up
at the
in
very
the
end of
situation
it,
where the
right?
president stepped down.
Also,
Right.
to be fair, like there's a whole misconception around that because it was an open process, but other people chose not to actually seek the office of the presidency because they didn't feel like
Sure.
it would be a successful run due to all the
Sure.
other factors.
I absolutely. I also don't think that, but I don't like shame Biden for having to step down. There's nothing. I don't think like there's nothing for me to say like, oh my god, because look, it could happen to Trump. It could happen to those guys are old as hell, and to me, it doesn't mean anything. I don't think that Biden was the best guy for the situation at the time. I think he was declining in mental health. And I'm not saying that Trump isn't as well, but to me, it seems like Trump is a lot more coherent, a lot better at closing deals. It seems like everybody in respects Trump a lot more than they did Biden. And I think he can get deals done that way. I do agree that, hey, he's still having a hard time with Ukraine, but who would not have a hard time getting that shit show closed down? I don't think that anybody else would do a better job than Trump, in my opinion. There's nobody else that could do as good of a job or get it done than Trump, in my opinion. I don't think Kamala Harris could get that done.
So Biden was doing better because he got more of Europe to help defend Ukraine. Trump pulled out of the funding, and then Russia got a bunch of.
I don't. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so Russia was able to take over more of Ukraine when Trump pulled out of that funding. And since he's limiting our relationships with our allies, destabilizing our relationships with our allies, it leads to us not looking as strong and looking weaker. So Russia is given more power in that circumstance. Plus, when we go to war with Iran, we're using resources over there rather than using resources specifically to be able to maintain sovereignty for Ukraine.
I think we've put enough money into Ukraine, personally. I don't think that the taxpayers of the United States should put any more money into Ukraine.
But we should put billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars into the war with Iran.
I told you I didn't support that, dude. I said I support Trump. Not that I said that
you're willing to support
foolish.
Trump. Would you prefer putting money into Ukraine and the war with Iran, or just money into Ukraine?
Preferably neither, because Trump ran on no wars.
Comparing those two. Trump ran on no new wars and then started a war, dumbass.
I know.
He literally started a war. So then,
I didn't say that he didn't.
Listen, if you compare Harris, right, where specifically she'd be funding Ukraine, but she wouldn't be going to war with Iran, then funding Ukraine to funding Ukraine and funding the war with Iran, which would you prefer?
Funding the war with Iran, for sure.
So you would rather just fund the war with Iran for no reason? Because you're funding the war with Ukraine. You're funding the war with Ukraine in either scenario. Because Trump is still doing that.
We shouldn't be.
Okay, but if you compare both administrations, that's the basis of what is going to be. So if you think that we shouldn't be, and you think we shouldn't be funding the war with Iran, then you should obviously prefer funding the war with Ukraine rather than funding the war with Ukraine and funding the war with Iran. That literally makes no sense.
I'm really not listening to the question, bro. I don't understand your.
Yeah, of
Why do
course
you
you're
want me
not
to
listening.
pick an either
It's
or?
a very
Why is it
basic
an
question.
either or?
It's a very basic
Why is it
question.
an
See,
either or?
you're just saying the quiet part out loud. Whenever I make a point that you clearly can't respond to, you just act like you didn't fucking hear it. Act like you didn't understand it. Act like it's something that you can't engage
Why
with.
is it an
What the
either
fuck is
or?
wrong with
Why
you?
can I
Are you
not
really
pick
that unbelievably stupid that you can't engage with that point? Which would you prefer? Listen, I'll repeat it again. Which would you prefer? Funding the war with Ukraine and funding the war with Iran, or funding the war with Ukraine? And that's it.
Just funding the Ukraine war, bro.
There you go. That's what Harris's policy was, genius.
Dude, I'm not saying that every policy I'm going to agree with Trump. His war policy is not my favorite.
But you agree more with Harris, is what I'm saying. You preferred
No,
Harris's
I do
position.
not. No,
yes,
no,
you
no,
did.
No, I don't. No, I don't. No,
Yes,
I don't.
you do.
No, I don't. And look what the Democrats do with, and not this isn't necessarily Harris, but look at everything that Nick Shirley has been covering. I'm not gonna go into it, bro, but Nick Shirley has been in Cali exposing
He hasn't
fraud.
uncovered anything. You guys are
He
so
should debate me.
gullible.
Why doesn't Nick
How
Shirley
is-
debate me? He's in California. Let's debate in person.
Oh, he's not gonna
Yeah,
debate
he's
you,
scared,
Parker.
bro.
I don't. He is scared because he does not want to get on like an unfiltered. I already know Nick Shirley would not get on some shit like this.
Yeah, like seriously, like I would go in a professional context and debate him. No interruptions.
But do you not think that he's uncovering some fraud that should be uncovered?
No,
Do you not think
I think he's just trying to create a propagandistic narrative. I think his goal is not to uncover any fraud.
Do you think it's about it's a race thing, or what do you think it's like?
I mean,
Because I don't know what you think
it was
To
that
me,
for
it's-
sure. That absolutely was a part of it. Yeah.
I think it became that. I don't think it started off as that, but I think people ran with that. Like I don't think that Nick Shirley is necessarily racist for uncovering Somalian fraud, but he did focus
No,
on
the fact that he's trying to hyperfixate on this and acts like it's a big issue in of itself is one of the problems that I would mention. He literally created the conditions that led to Renee Good, Alex Preddy being murdered. You know that, right?
Dude.
Yeah.
I don't even wanna get on that. I don't even wanna
wait, while they keep calling the Somali fraud, like literally the person that's the head of the overall quote unquote fraud ring is a white woman. So, but no one talks about that.
That's true, but and also the governor of Minnesota is a white.
That's not true at all. Like,
Wait,
again, you guys
is,
believe anything?
No, he said
I
the
thought,
governor. He said the governor of Minnesota. Yeah, the governor of Minnesota is white. He's
Yeah, the
Oh, I
governor
thought
is-
you said that he was a part of the fraud. Sorry.
No,
Yeah,
a
yeah,
white
yeah.
guy. No.
Okay.
I was agreeing with you.
Okay, I apologize.
No, you're good, don't worry.
You're good. But yeah, bro, that's pretty. I mean, insane story. I don't know that all of it is necessarily true, but if there's an inkling of truth to all the fraud and all the money that's being thrown around for these like daycares up there, I think that it should be put to a stop if it is true.
Okay, but like the point I'm making is that there's so much more fraud in Florida than there is in Minnesota or California.
Absolutely,
Why
in
does he go to
California,
Florida?
and
I said go to Florida. Florida
Cali's
has
pretty.
higher rates. Florida has higher rates of fraud than both California and Minnesota combined.
That's probably true. I mean, it's pretty slimy down there. I wouldn't be surprised, but
Like it's literally like Florida. Like if people specifically
Do you
who have
think
dealt
it's
with
because it's a red
fraudsters-
state?
People who have dealt with
You think it's
fraudsters
a-
know that people
Yeah.
who are fraudsters go to Florida explicitly because of the laws they have on the books to try to evade accountability. That's what they do.
Yeah. I mean, but do you not think it's somebody's job to expose what's going on within every state? I mean, I get that you want him to go to Florida, but Cali is also big with fraud. I mean, it's not really the biggest, but Florida and Cali are both pretty big fraud states.
But like again, fraud is proportionally greater within Florida comparative to California.
Sure. And I mean, yeah, you're right, but Oklahoma, there's not a lot of fraud that goes down here. I've lived in Texas, I've lived in California briefly, and it seems like California has a ton of fraud going on.
And I would love to address and audit any fraud, but I don't think the way Nick Shirley's addressing this is meaningfully addressing that in any good way. I think it's just a propagandistic narrative that he's trying to use to act like Democrats are the only ones that cause fraud, when there's fraud within Republican states to even greater extents.
Sure, I think he is a little bit biased with what states he goes to, but I don't think that you can say, oh, just because it's a blue state, we're not going to uncover all the fraud, and just because they're Somalian, we're not going to uncover all the fraud.
No, that's not what we're saying. Any specific person who's committing fraud, we should go and try to uncover that. But obviously
Absolutely.
what Nick Shirley's doing isn't to do that. That's not his goal. Okay? So you have to understand you're being fed a propagandistic narrative that this is not specifically to undercover the fraud. If they cared about the fraud, maybe they wouldn't support Trump, the guy who's actively speaking, literally tried to fraud the 2020 election, who's pardoned fraudsters.
I mean, I don't know that I don't know that he tried to fraud the 2020 election.
He tried to send false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election.
But you didn't see the clips of people quote unquote frauding the election counts in blue states for Biden and ripping Trump out.
Nope.
You didn't see that?
Nope. Because if you look at all the
I
court
saw
cases,
videos on Twitter of that. 100%.
Of course you did. But if you look at the court cases, 60 plus court cases, audits in every swing state, none of them indicate sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
I see 449 in Alaska gas. Well, guess what? Look what it was under Biden. I mean,
I'm sorry.
I'm not
Did
saying
you hear anything
Trump
I just
is doing a
said?
better.
What did I just say?
No, I have no idea. I was looking at the comments, bro.
Go fuck yourself. Genuinely, go fuck yourself. Why are
I
you
was
looking at the
looking at
comments
chat.
instead of responding to? Why?
Because somebody was talking about the gas price. So I just
Why do you
responded,
care?
added me.
Why the fuck are you responding to the chat?
My bad, bro.
Genuinely,
I'm
dude,
sorry,
it's
dude.
frustrating talking to people like you because I constantly have to repeat myself because you don't fucking engage with any of the points.
I'll engage. I'm sorry, bro.
You're not.
Can you just repeat the point so I can respond? I will respond, bro.
What was the last point you remember? And I'll start from there.
He doesn't
I don't
remember
know.
because he hasn't been
I have
listening.
no idea. I have no idea. I was listening, but I just don't remember the last point, bro. I got that ADHD bad.
Okay.
Can you just
Donald Trump has pardoned fraudsters. Donald Trump tried to fraud the 2020 election. You said that there was stuff that happened in the 2020 election that you think indicated that it was rigged. There were 60 plus court cases indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. There were literally audits in every single swing state. Okay?
That's true. That's
indicated
true.
no sufficient
That is
evidence
true.
to overturn the election. Donald Trump absolutely
And I'm
tried
not
to
just
fraud out
saying
the
it-
election. And he's like cutting me off
And I'm
while
not
I'm
just
saying it
saying
too.
it because
Go
I
ahead.
think there's literally a disconnect between our connections here, but I think it's
But I never
coming
stopped
into-
speaking. So why would that mean that you would start speaking in the middle of my statement if I never even stopped speaking? Even if there's a delay, it still wouldn't cause that. Go ahead.
I'm not just going off of like feely, like, oh, in my fucking tummy, I feel this. Like, no, it's not that for me at all. I definitely have seen shit that makes me think like, damn, that is a little bit weird in
Have you
some
fact-checked
states.
the
And
shit?
I mean, so, like if I'm gonna, yeah, 100%. The shit about people ripping up ballots and shit, that's 100% true. You can search that up 100%.
Where'd you find
But
it?
yeah, you can find that. You can find that. I don't know. There's for sure some news outlets that put that out. I'm not saying all news is going to be
News
real. that
outlets
you're gonna
like
see,
what?
But there's. I think Vice put a thing out on. I can't get off of here; it'll mute me. But I think Vice put out some. The fraud going on at that time, like 2020 election time.
So again, no court cases indicated this to be true.
And you're right. That's true. I didn't say that. I didn't say that there was a court case, and that's why I'm trying to make the point. Like, bro, I'm not trying to say like, oh my god, I feel like Biden just didn't win. Like, I don't really care who wins at the end of the day, but it did seem like a ton of fucking people were voting for Trump, and it seemed like he had the masses, but maybe fake Trump voters that were lying and like, oh, I'm gonna vote for Trump, but actually I'm voting for Biden.
Also,
That was like a
there's
thing that
nothing
was
from
going on.
Vice. There's nothing from Vice. I'm looking it up now.
Yeah. You said that was a thing going on because Trump just claimed it was happening, not because it was actually happening. But just because Trump claimed it.
I heard Trump say like, oh, there's voter fraud and shit like that or stuff like that.
I have,
but
I have
never
to kick you, and I have to restart my live because another civic and election integrity violation. So,
All right, bro. I appreciate you letting me come up. I'll catch you later.
Appreciate you, man. As always.
Yep.
Alrighty, everyone, I have to hit a quick restart here on TikTok. Just make sure to click the profile picture in the top left. Click the profile picture again. Refresh. Here in literally 10 seconds, I'll be right back. I just have to hit a quick restart. If you don't have to deal with any of these restarts, make sure to go over to my YouTube, Parker Get a Job. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, by the way, everyone. Gina, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I know, it's really ridiculous. Thank you so much, Gina. Alrighty, let's hit a quick restart. I'll be right back. I love losing 6,900 people because of random fucking TikTok flags. Like, it's ridiculous. The TOS is absurd. Already, I have some people to thank over on YouTube. I don't have anyone to thank on Venmo or PayPal. I'm completely caught up there. Let me thank some people over on YouTube. Matthew, by the way, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you very much. Lou Barron, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Linal, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. I know, he's absurd. Literally can't pronounce acetaminophen. As well as Fanny, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. That would be a good point to bring up. Madison, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Hope you had a fantastic day, Madison. Stan, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Fanny, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you as well as Fanny. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Nick, thank you so much for the $7. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And for the $20, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. This hit over 200 ICE agents flagged for criminal charges, failed DRUG tests, and safety concerns. 20% of January 6ers had records. Over 30 did crimes after pardoned. Less than 14% of immigrants taken out of charges / convictions for violent crime. Actually, it's 5%. 5% detained have a violent crime. Fanny, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And for the 10, and for the 10 twice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Robert with the $20. Thank you very much, Robert. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Brand, thank you for the $5. Russell with the 5. Thank you. Chloe, thank you for the 5. Thank you very much. As well as Blue, thank you again for the $2. I think I'm fully caught up. Let's go into the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. For everyone joining here on TikTok, do tap that screen. Helps get out to more people. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let me see how many likes right on here on the YouTube stream for the 3,200 people here. Let's try to hit that thumbs up. We're at currently 1,000 likes. Try to get to 2,000 if we can, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Farming sim.
Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Sarah, thank you for the money gun. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2003.
And you said you're how old again?
23.
And what month were you born?
May.
So the next individual, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, party poo.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 36.
Do you support Trump?
I am a Trumper.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'm going for Trump, man.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, man, I agree with his policies when it comes to the immigration, and I believe that going to Iraq is the best choice for America.
Yeah, I feel like they're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
Bipartisan.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
93.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
All right, so I grew up in Nigeria. So I just have one question for you, right? I actually used to lean more left, but now I have just one question for you. If you have 60% enriched uranium, I just want to know why you think that's okay.
Why do I think it's okay to have 60% enriched uranium?
And why did they get to that point?
Are you talking about with Iran?
Yes.
Well, they got to that point because Trump pulled out of the JCPOA, which had unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. 65%, even if it was 65%, that still isn't enough to weaponize it.
But
So
still, you
they
shouldn't
aren't
get
even
to
at that
60.
point.
You still shouldn't get to 60% if you just want it for utilities.
We're past that. We have
That's
nuclear weapons.
Exactly. But I'm saying if you want it for utilities, there's no reason to get to 60%.
Yeah, I understand. I already told you that they were going for nuclear weapons prior to the or after the JCPOA. Think of the money gun, and then prior to the strike that we made about 8 months ago, and since then they haven't been developing that according to U.S. intelligence.
Yeah, but they weren't even supposed to be going for a nuke in the first place. That's what I'm saying. And you have these things buried deep on the ground. That's another problem.
Okay.
So when you guys make these arguments, I'm just wondering this: like, do you understand the imminent threat, like that Iran is actually posing to the United States, or no?
There is no imminent threat, according to literally members of the Trump administration. Like Joe Kent specifically resigned because he said there was no imminent threat of Iran attacking the United States, and also because you mentioned that we were doing this on behalf of the state of Israel.
What do you think the eventuality is going to be if nobody actually does anything about it? If we keep talking and having like diplomatic talks, what do you think is going to be the eventuality of this? You think Iran is just going to stop?
Well,
At
we're not having
60%.
diplomatic talks right now. We did have
I know.
diplomatic talks under Obama, and yes, they literally did prevent it. It was
Okay,
signed off
for
on
a
under
time,
the
for
Trump
the time
administration.
being, you can't keep kicking the can down the road. That's the point. I'm bipartisan. Again, I want you to hear me out. I just think that this point
Anything you do is
me.
kicking to the can down the road.
Okay,
Nothing
but this
is
point
permanent.
baffles me. So this point baffles me because I hear people. I hear you. Not. I don't want to say people like you because that seems like being judgmental. But I hear when you don't understand like the reason why we went and went in on Iran with the B-2 bombers and all of that. It seems like why is that not an easy point to understand? It's like I know Trump. I think the guy's a narcissist. I think he's crazy. I think he talks in a way that presidents should not be talking like. But I believe that we've gone to a point where we have to do something about the situation rather than just be like, oh, let's just have diplomatic talks.
No, I mean, I just think that you're buying propaganda from defense contractors
Tell me
or
why.
companies in the state of Israel.
Tell me why.
Because there was no intelligence, U.S. intelligence, that they were going to strike the U.S. They were willing to give up their nuclear weapons, their enriched uranium. They just weren't willing to give up their ballistic missile program.
Okay. So hold on. So you believe that Iran has 60% enriched uranium, and at no point do you believe that they're going to actually enrich it further to 90% and have a nuke?
They said they would get rid of it. They were willing to do that. They just aren't willing to give up their ballistic missile program. So Trump is trying to go after the ballistic missile program, not just their nuclear weapon capabilities.
Yes, because you need the ballistic missile to actually get to the United States.
The ballistic
So
missiles
you need
they
both.
have, even at the level they can't even get anywhere near the U.S.
I know.
You'd
Right
have to
now,
have a boat.
Right now, yes, I understand that. But I'm saying if they increase the range, then they can actually reach California, for example. The more they keep improving that, then you just have to put a warhead on the ballistic missile and then you could get to California. So I'm
Yeah, but
saying,
wouldn't we be able to intercept it? And then if they did, we'd be able to.
okay, you're talking about interception. Okay, listen. My point is this. You guys have to understand the real threat of nuclear warfare, okay? I feel
This
like
isn't nuclear war. ICBM is not a nuclear warhead.
I'm talking about them getting to 90%, man.
Yeah, but like
It's
they just said
actually
they would.
a scary
They
thought.
already
Let me
said they
tell
would
you-
give up their enriched uranium.
Let me tell you why it's a scary thought. It is a scary thought because they don't operate based off logic. It's more of religion. A religion could actually be a very disturbing way of thinking. Do you understand? So when they talk about and even the what's it called? The guys who actually check the sites, IAEA, when they actually go in, they're saying they don't even know if they have more than 60% at this point. So they're pretty much not, they don't have access to every single facility.
Yeah, because
So
the
it's actually not an
JCPOA is
open program.
over.
I understand that, but I'm saying that's why Trump is doing something about it.
No, Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA. We had way
I know
more
that.
surveillance before he did that.
I know that. And even during the JCPOA, I mean, they're telling us something. How do you know that's the fact?
Well, we had surveillance.
So you believe you had surveillance on every single thing the
We
Iranians were
did
doing?
have surveillance. Yeah, that was a fact. Trump signed off on it under his first administration. Did you know that?
I do know that. But I'm saying to you, why do you feel like it's okay for them to have 60% and smile about it? Like you don't understand the impact of a nuclear war. If they were to get to 90%, eventually, while you think it's okay to keep having
I think it's
diplomatic talks.
dishonest for you to act like I was smiling at them getting 60% enriched uranium. That's not what I
Okay,
was
that's my
smiling at
bad.
there. That was
That's my
incredibly
bad.
dishonest.
That's my bad, actually, because maybe you smile at something else. But I'm just saying, it's concerning if they have 60% already. Can you understand that? And something has to be done about the fact that they have 60%.
And I already said there is something that we can do about it. Thank you, the Viking Hammer. Thank you so much, Tina. We already had something done prior. They are willing to give up their enriched uranium, and Trump just wants to keep going after their ballistic missile program. How about you negotiate, get rid of their nuclear capabilities? But instead
Both
of doing
things
that,
have
he
to
wants to go to
stop.
war with them directly. That's not for U.S. interests. It's not for the American people. That's not even to
I get
prevent a
that.
nuclear war. That's simply just out of bullshit. Sarah,
I
thank you,
get that.
Galaxy.
But at 60%, it is a scary situation. Because again, it's not out of logic they operate. It's going to be based off their religion and the jihad, they're going to operate based off that. And you just
Wait,
need one person to.
I don't even know.
go ahead.
I think there's a lot of experts, political scientists, that think that if Iran did get a nuclear weapon, that it likely could even decrease the level of conflict within the region. So there is even a
Really?
basis for that position, by the way, from political scientists. Not saying I necessarily agree with that position, but to
Okay.
say that
The
does
same-
exist.
Okay, the same guys that say death to America and death to Israel, you believe that when they become the
hey,
10th country to have a nuke, you believe they're going to
Yes.
be peaceful.
Yes,
You believe it's just a deterrent.
I believe that there's something called mutually assured destruction. Does Iran
Exactly.
Does Iran care about Iran?
Here's the thing. Again,
Answer that
there's
question.
a difference between.
Does Iran care about
Of
Iran?
course. So then I'm about to answer. I'm about to answer that question. And this is the funny thing. You operate based off logic. Okay. Certain people don't. They operate based off their religion
Yeah, like
and
Trump.
what their goals are.
Like Trump?
Again, I'm bipartisan. I can swing both ways. I just listen to the logic and I go based off that. Okay. So what
So
I'm
you said
saying
I
is,
should be going based upon logic, but then when
no, I'm not saying you
were
should be.
critiquing
I'm
me
saying
going
you.
off of it.
I'm saying you operate based off logic. Somebody who is operating based off religion, for example, child soldiers in Nigeria or in countries where you have child soldiers. The reason they are child soldiers is because they read the Quran and certain versions of it, and that's why you see people even become like suicide bombers. It's because they go based off what they've been brainwashed with. So it's not logic.
There are certain interpretations of the Quran in the same way there are certain interpretations of Christianity that historically people use to justify racism, slavery, to justify the Crusades, right?
Again,
and
Parker,
imperial
I'm actually
inquisitions
enjoying-
around the entire
yes.
world. So quite
I'm
literally,
enjoying your show.
you can point to not only just Islam, right, where there are these radical fundamentalist interpretations, but you could also point towards Christianity, right, and
Yes,
even
I know that. The
Judaism
Crusades, yes.
to
The
see the
Crusades
very
were
same
one
ones.
example.
So the point that I would make is that the issue here is religious fundamental extremism, not just Islam, Christianity, or Judaism in of itself. That
Okay.
you're pointing
I
out
und-
here, by the way. Not saying that there
I
is.
know.
Obviously, I'm an atheist. I have issues with every religion, right?
Good,
Because I
okay.
disagree with
I'm
it.
Christian, actually. I'm Christian, but I can understand your atheist view because I actually apply logic to these things. At 60% enriched uranium, Parker, that is disturbing. You guys should stop acting like it's normal, okay?
Dude, I've already
60%
addressed
is-
this concern multiple times. They were
I
willing
heard
to
you.
give this up through diplomacy.
Okay, but diplomacy led us to 60% enriched uranium. At some
No, it
point,
didn't. Actually, no, it didn't. Trump leaving the diplomacy led us to 60%.
yes, because he needed certain things done, especially when you mentioned the ranges of the
So
missiles.
again, you cannot say it was the negotiation that led us to that when it was literally Trump pulling us out of the negotiation that led us to that. It's just it's so
Okay.
dishonest.
Okay, cool. But we're there now, right? We're there now.
Not
We are
justifying
there.
it. We shouldn't be.
We are at 60% now, and that is a concern. Okay. So when you say that Trump should never have attacked Iran when they have 60% enriched uranium in centrifuges, that is what I cannot understand, logically speaking.
Yeah, because there's
I'm
no
just-
justification for going to war with Iran because that's not necessary to prevent them from having nuclear weapons.
Sorry, say that one more time.
It's not necessary to prevent them from having nuclear weapons.
It's not necessary.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so what do you think? You think just sitting down on the table again and just having these discussions is what is needed until
what worked.
they get until they get their hands finally at 60%. They're just very close to 90 anyway. So until they finally get their hands on a nuke, and God forbid, send a nuke down to California, and then you have World War III, and then you get nuclear winter, and the whole majority of humanity is wiped out. That's what you want. We have 9 countries already with nukes, bro.
Dishonest.
We don't need a 10th country.
You did not just say I want nuclear holocaust. That is
I did not say that,
bullshit.
bro. I did not say that.
You just said that. That's so dishonest.
When did I say that?
You just.
I'm just giving you.
You said that's what you want. You just described nuclear winter, and you said that's what you want.
My wording was wrong then. I'm just saying. I'm giving.
That's a very big fuck up. Very big fuck up.
And I apologize for the fuck up. You see, I'm not here to to fight you, bro. I'm just saying there is reason, at least, even if you don't like Trump. I even agree he's a narcissist. Okay, I agree that this guy is actually a rambling buffoon. Let's say that. Okay, cool. I am bipartisan, but I'm saying there is actually sense in attacking Iran.
No.
Okay.
No, there's not.
That's all I wanted to say.
But there is bipartisan support against the war with Iran.
Yes, but I'm saying, don't you see? Okay, do you see? Let me ask it this way. At least to an extent, do you see a reason to why we actually went in with the B-2 bombers and we're still there right now?
No, I see no legitimately good reason. I think they're doing this for the state of Israel, for oil companies, and for the defense contractors, and so that Trump can distract away so that Trump can distract away from the Epstein files.
Maybe you might change my mind, so keep going. Let me hear your whole take on the whole thing.
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, keep going. I'm saying keep going with keep making your points based off why it's not a smart idea to actually go for the enriched uranium. So let me see if you could actually change my mind. You never know. Maybe I'm thinking about it. Maybe I'm thinking about it one-sided, in a one-sided version, or in a one-sided way. Okay, keep going. Let me hear your point.
I've already addressed this. I see no point because I've already said it. I'm just going to repeat the same thing. Do you really just want me to do that again?
Yes.
Okay. We already had negotiation with them that led to them giving up their ability of developing an enrichment of uranium, literally through the JCPOA. We can do it again through that negotiation. Hell, under Trump's administration, they were willing to give up the nuclear weapon, not the nuclear weapon, but the enriched uranium that could get them towards that. They're willing to do that. They're just not willing to give up their ballistic missile program. So given that that's the case, we already, through negotiation and without going to war with them, can prevent that from happening. Why do you need to go to war to prevent that from happening if you can do that without going to war?
Okay, so that's your point. Okay, at the point where they were at maybe below 60%, that means that what you just said would make a lot of sense. But they're at 60% now, so we need the whole thing. Do you understand? I feel like we need the whole thing, and I feel like you should have even if it's a tiniest inkling, I don't know, you should see the war in Iran as a necessity to an extent. If they're at 60%, I don't see how you don't see it.
You just keep repeating the same thing
because that's the main point. That's the
at this point you're a broken record.
Okay, but that's the main thing I'm talking about.
You keep saying the same thing over and over again. I've already responded to this.
I heard you.
What did
and
I
I'm
say?
telling you.
What was my argument?
You're saying if we were pretty much in the JCPOA, this wouldn't have gone to the point that it is right now. That's what you're saying. You're saying go back to it.
We can, through negotiation, get it done through the JCPOA. It's not just the JCPOA. It's that under the Trump administration, even they were willing to give up their enriched uranium. They just weren't willing to give up the ballistic missiles. So we already, through negotiation, established that. Okay? It's just that Trump wanted to go even further. So
you know what? I'll give you that. I'll give you that, actually. That makes sense. I'll give you that. Maybe, okay, we shouldn't have gone to we shouldn't have pushed with the ballistic missile thing. I give you that. But the thing is, you realize that Europe is also, we have allies in Europe. Okay, so Trump might just be doing it for not just Americans, but also Europeans.
Trump has threatened to leave NATO. I don't think he gives a shit about Europe.
But there's the same guy who is negotiating for 5%. Come on, bro. My point is, I know you guys hate Trump.
Fucking crazy.
Okay, but hold on. I know you guys hate Trump, but at least you have to say this guy, he does certain things, sometimes where it's like, okay, I can understand why he did this. You cannot just hate every single thing about the guy. You have to be able to you see both sides, just like I can. Okay, you can't just like be all the way left and be like, oh, this guy's. I just don't like this guy, so I'm just going to say, everything bad about him. But there's no. Okay, tell me one good thing you can say about Trump right now. What's one thing you can say that's good about Trump?
He passed Operation Warp Speed. Can you say one good thing about Kamala Harris?
Of course, I told you I'm bipartisan, bro. I'm black, so I say a lot. I like Kamala, bro. I look. I'm almost left. I'm just saying the way people on the left make it seem is like he's still your president, okay? So you guys have to understand that.
Can
And
you
if
name
you
one
keep
thing
back,
you agree with Kamala Harris on?
maybe the one about autism.
No, give me a specific policy.
About Kamala. I thought she talked about like middle income, pretty much small businesses and giving them loans. How about that?
You don't even know the type of thing you're talking
Yo,
about?
you want me to go? I'm not
It's
a
not even a
debater
loan.
like you, bro.
It's a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out.
I'm not going to say I know everything just like you do. You told me, you came out of the blue and told me say one thing about. I know she was.
You just
she
said
had
you're
policies.
bipartisan and you can acknowledge all these things that you like about Kamala Harris, but then you couldn't mention any specific policy.
Okay, I said loans, but I didn't say tax deduction. Okay, cool.
It's not even a loan. Like, I just want to be clear. The tax
And
deduction for a $50,000 tax deduction is not a loan.
My bro.
So you mischaracterized it even.
Okay, and I accept that. But at least I was close to it. And I'm not trying to be perfect here. I'm just saying the way you make it seem is like Trump. You guys make it seem like this guy is the worst thing that could have ever happened to the country. You have
One
to
of the worst
understand.
things, I mean, he's a fascist. He's undermined our rule of law, our democracy, our constitution, our core fundamental American values. He's held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. He's credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate. He's cut the EPA by 40%, says he believes that climate change is a hoax, the climate's going to start cooling, and science doesn't know it yet. There are countless things I can bring up, but with Donald Trump, like he's pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. And I can go on to a million other things that will get you to be like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't support this guy.
Joe Biden was incompetent and he had dementia.
One, never diagnosed a dementia. Two,
Okay,
Trump
but
is more
the
is
president
incompetent.
you saw-
Anything that you point to with Biden is unintentional. Everything we point to with Trump is intentional. He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He looked up at an
Parker,
eclipse with his
I
bare
know,
eyes
that
with
was the
protective
dumbest
glasses
thing.
in
That's
his
actually
hands.
very funny.
Twice. He said we should nuke hurricanes to fight them. He said
I
that if
agree.
Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Joe Biden. He said that, again, all of these crazy things like the windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. This guy's fucking delusional. And you're going to sit there and act like he doesn't have cognitive decline, but Biden does?
He does, but Biden definitely does have more.
I disagree. I actually fundamentally disagree because everything that Biden did was unintentional. Everything that Trump did was intentional. He's intentionally fucking crazy, and we should not have a person like that in a position of power. It's absurd.
Yeah, he could be scary sometimes, I agree, but I actually would take him over somebody who doesn't know what the hell he's doing and doesn't know where he's at. It seemed like Biden had no idea, no clue. It seemed like everybody around him was pretty much telling him what to do. That's Parker, come on, bro. Like, we both watched this president. Like, I don't understand. Like, you guys act like you're acting as if I'm not making sense right now. Biden was just existing. He was just there. And now you have this guy who's always on TV. I
believe you're wrong because literally he was able to say no to Israel and Trump wasn't. So apparently he wasn't so sleepy because he passed some of the most legislation that any candidate in modern presidential history has passed. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. This isn't just people on his administration doing things. This is actively Biden doing things to negotiate, getting people to work together. Like, for example, literally NATO getting Europe specifically to help fund Ukraine. That was Biden. That was literally him. You know that, right? He designates the authorities for people. He sets all of those things up. Of course, every president has advisors. Trump has advisors. You can't say because someone has advisors, they're fucking controlled. That's incoherent gibberish.
Okay, cool. But my thing is, Parker, just try to, at the end of the day, this guy's still your president, okay? Whether you like it or not.
Yeah, and Joe Biden was your president.
I agree. So I
then,
feel
like, what's your
we're
point? Why do you say that? That's like not a point.
Okay, let me tell you the point. The point is this. At the end of the day, don't you think Americans being actually closer and being together is stronger than actually dividing Americans?
Yes, and when your president of the United States is saying that we should execute some Democrats because they said to not follow unlawful orders if they're given to them, yeah, that's going to be incredibly divisive to this country. When you have a president of the United States that's pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots, that's going to be very divisive to the country. When you have a president of the United States that's saying good to Americans dying and saying that saying that the world's better that they're dead and that he's happy that they're dead. Yeah, that makes things more divisive. So you can't sit up here and act like you want unity in this country when the guy that you support for president of the United States is the most divisive candidate for president of the United States, literally in the modern era.
Here's the thing. If it comes to being divisive, yes, he's very divisive. It irritates me, actually, okay? It irritates me how much divisive he is, but the truth is he's still the president, and it would still make... Okay, let's look at it. Wait, hold on.
That doesn't mean he's not divisive.
Relax. He is divisive. I just agree with you. Okay,
I know.
But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day...
How do you think he's promoting unity?
Do two wrongs make a right?
Answer that. That's actually a question for you. How is he promoting unity?
No, I'm asking you. Why you throwing it back at me?
How is he promoting unity if he is literally the more
agreed
divisive
with you.
candidate? You
Okay,
agree he's the more divisive candidate. Why would you support the more divisive candidate?
I just agreed with you. He is divisive. I'm saying it again. But then I'm asking you how two wrongs make a right. Because when you don't support...
You're the one doing the wrong. I'm not doing the wrong.
What did I do?
You support Trump. The guy who's not promoting unity.
Trump.
You support the guy that's causing division within our country.
I do not support Trump, my dude. I just told you I am bipartisan. I'm on the fence.
You said you
but
would
I can
vote
listen
for
to
Trump over Harris, right?
Okay, here's the thing. Because Harris did not give me as much policies at the time as Trump gave me. Like I felt... Okay.
Did you see her policy website? Did you see the 70 plus pages of literally comprehensive policy plans? Whereas Trump with Agenda 47 just said, oh, we're going to do something like this. We're going to make this country great. It's going to be incredible. AI, crypto, law and order. Drill, baby, drill. Like, that's literally all he did. That was Agenda 47. And
he's big on tariffs. And
they weren't comprehensive plans. Okay? Kamala Harris had literal comprehensive plans.
Okay, don't the tariffs work? The tariffs that he's always yelling about. Don't you think they work?
Do the tariffs work? Tariffs, no, they do not work. They're horrible for this country.
Especially against China. You know China is pretty much like ahead of the United States in terms of innovation right now, right?
Okay. Is that supposed to mean that we should support Trump's way?
Trump's tariffs.
Why?
Because it could help the United States.
Tariffs reduce innovation. Did you know that?
Okay, my point is, bro, I just told you my point.
They reduce global competition.
I'm about to.
They literally reduce global competition. How are they going to increase innovation if they reduce global competition? Have you ever taken an economics course before?
You want the country that you're in to stay number one, don't you?
Yeah, and Trump's making the economy worse. So we're less likely to stay number one economically speaking if that's the case.
Okay. I guess nothing I say about Trump is, you have your stance. But my thing is just try to...
Wait, but I'm giving you reasons. Would you like to respond to those intellectually?
What particular reason do you want me to respond to?
Any of the ones I just stated.
Okay, so you're talking about tariffs make the economy worse, right?
Yes.
I feel like when it comes to tariffs, I feel like if you put tariffs on a country like China, because they basically depend on their exports, right? They depend on United States buyers and consumerism in the United States. I feel like the more tariffs you put on China, it actually helps us rather than help them. So when you say it makes the economy worse, I don't understand your point.
These aren't just tariffs on China. These are tariffs on every country.
Yes, but especially China is my point. So the thing is, the problem is...
There were tariffs on China under the Biden administration. There were certain targeted tariffs. But the issue that Democrats have is not with targeted tariffs.
My point is,
the issue that Democrats have are with the universal tariffs that Trump is advocating for. And Trump is bipartisan,
bro. I know Trump is annoying. I know he's a narcissist. But my thing is, if you're at 60% enriched uranium, again, I'm saying there is something to be concerned about. You cannot just smile.
Okay. You're just gonna keep repeating the same thing. You just repeat the same. This is why I called you a broken record earlier.
It's been like 7 minutes since I said that point, and that was the main
reason. Yeah, but
you
just keep repeating the same point. It
that was
no
the main
sense.
reason.
Can we finish talking about tariffs?
Okay.
Why do you support universalized tariffs? They are harmful for this country. Practically every metric in the economy has been worse off since Trump got in office. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We had lower real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration. Lower real GDP growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. Lower real median wage growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We literally have higher inflation now. The OECD forecasted 4.2% inflation year over year because of Donald Trump's war with Iran. Gas prices have gone up. Oh, he just left. I would leave too if I realized that economically speaking, I have an indefensible position. Love you. Thank you for the $2. I do need a blinker checkpoint. Thank you. Matthew, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much as well. Kristen, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Kristen in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Kristen. I really appreciate the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? I really appreciate it, Kristen. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. As well as James, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, James. Can we get some W's for James as well? Thank you so much, James. W's for James and Kristen in the comment section right now. Let's go into the next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, let's hit a blinker together.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
No, I love you.
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Thank you for the swan. Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate it. You said you're 20. How old are you? You said 20. Sorry, I meant to say, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
The election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald J. Trump, baby.
What's your birth year?
2005.
And what month?
August.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Look, so with this whole war this whole war in Iran, right? Like, and the rise in gas prices. What's more American than paying for something over the price? You know what I mean?
You're trolling. So the next individual, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Do
Finally, I'm 20.
you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
February.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I would be voting for Donald John Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I voted for Trump mainly due to a few different things. I have conservative values. I'm pro-life. I'm anti-transgenderism. But we could look at three policy criterias for Trump. We could look at economics, crime, and foreign policy. So I support Trump and his One Big Beautiful Bill that cut taxes. I support the tariffs. And for foreign policy, we've seen Trump negotiate ceasefires between numerous different nations. And for crime, we've seen crime drop the lowest it's ever been since 1900. And this is due to numerous policies like mass deportation and the deployment of National Guard and reversal of the Biden era executive orders. So yeah, that's basically why I voted for Trump.
Okay, so a few things here. I don't think that Trump engaging in mass deportation would reduce crime. I think that specifically mass deportation is not an effective way of reducing crime because undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. So if anything, they actually reduce the crime while being in the country. I also don't understand how you could say crime dropped while simultaneously supporting a criminal administration that literally not only was the president convicted of 34 felonies himself, but also he's been violating due process rights, allowing for ICE to not use judicial warrants when searching people's houses, right, which is obviously absurd. We can point to the fact that they've expanded expedited removal, which violates people's due process rights to a greater extent. They've been not releasing the Epstein files, even though they're legally obligated to do so. Trump tried to fight against that, calling Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor, right, because she literally wanted the Epstein files to be released and had her name on a resolution to do so. You said the deployment of the National Guard. I'd just like to see any specific evidence that the deployment of the National Guard across the entire country has been beneficial at reducing or causing the trend of crime to decrease. That would just be specific to the areas in which they sent the National Guard. And I would argue that in some areas in which they sent the National Guard, it actually led to higher increases levels of tension and more crime that you would say would happen due to the fact that that's the case. I don't think that he's created more ceasefires. I think that he's literally started war himself. His tariff policy is absolutely atrocious for this country. We have worse off real GDP growth in 2025, worse off real median wage growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. The worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We saw inflation go up, according to OECD estimates, 4.2% for year over year since the war with Iran. And we've also seen specifically real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration, which has obviously created worse off conditions in terms of the economy. So practically every single condition that you mentioned, Trump's worse on, actually.
Okay, so this is basically what you mentioned. You mentioned that the National Guard, or the deportations, first off, didn't actually lower crime because, on average, illegal immigrants don't commit as many crimes. If Trump is deporting criminals that are illegal, then yes, there's less criminals that are in this nation. So obviously, the crime will go down. They haven't deported every single illegal immigrant. So there are, in fact, there's farmers that they're actually negotiating not to get deported. Illegal immigrants that are farmers. Now we could talk about the Epstein files. Trump, was actually the one behind the passing of the Epstein files release. And if you could tell, you could look at his Twitter and go back. He commanded Republicans to basically pass the legislation, and they've declassified significantly more files than zero, which would happen under the Biden administration. Millions of pages of the Epstein files have been released. None were released under the Biden administration. Again, you said something about the National Guard not lowering crime. You need some sort of evidence that the National Guard was arresting people. Is that what you're saying? Or you need evidence that says that arresting people lowers crime? That's just like a clarification question.
Yeah, I need evidence that specifically the National Guard in all of these areas led to a mitigation of crime. I would argue that sending them, for example, to California increased the level of tension, violence, and things that were happening specifically within the areas at the time from someone that literally does live in LA.
So according to KOMO, just from in September 2025, 1,900 arrests from federal operation in just DC alone. So there was definitely arrests going on. There's other sources saying that there was arrests happening in other cities. You could just watch the videos. They documented it. You mentioned he didn't create ceasefires. I would beg to differ, considering he negotiated ceasefires.
Can I clarify real quick? Are you saying the National Guard has the right to arrest people?
I would say the National Guard's obligation is to protect American citizens, and if there's a criminal in the country that's putting others at risk, then yes.
Does the National Guard have the ability to make arrests?
I just answered your question.
Was that a yes or a no?
If there's a person that is a threat to the United States, then yes, they should be arrested.
No, do the National Guard have the ability to make arrests?
Yes. Yes, I've said yes like 4 times now.
What's your source?
What's my source? The National Guard has the obligation to protect American citizens.
No. What's your source that the National Guard has the ability to make arrests?
CBS is
title?
Let's see. Hold on, I haven't even read the thing yet. This is so ridiculous. Why are we even looking at this? Can the National Guard arrest undocumented immigrants? That's Salvador. It doesn't say anything. So, do you have a source that says otherwise, I guess? Basically, that the National Guard doesn't have the...
Are you admitting that you don't have anything?
I can't find anything.
You have nothing that
right
indicates that the National Guard has the ability to make arrests?
I'm so confused. I mean, can you make an argument saying otherwise?
Wait, you're the one that has to establish that they even have the ability or the authorization to make arrests.
Well, yeah, if they're bettering our country, I honestly do not care if they have the authority to or not. I mean, if they're bettering the United States, at that point, I really don't care.
So you don't care to establish that? Okay. So
yeah,
then,
if they don't have the authority.
Let me address some of your other claims then. So you said that they were deporting like people who have committed like violent crimes, for example. I would argue proportionally they were actually deporting less people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. Proportionally, under the Obama administration and the Biden administration, they were deporting a greater percentage of people that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes proportionally of the individuals that are deported. So obviously, I think they were focusing more on that under the Biden administration rather than just people who have coming here for a better life or who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes. So that's not actually making society safer by any means to go after the individuals to a greater extent that are literally just in this country for a better life. So I think that the Democrats' position on that, prioritizing going after people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, and by making the legal process go quicker, would be preferable. Even the bipartisan border bill that Kamala Harris specifically was been proponing and literally had both Republicans and Democrats in support of, that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine. Plus, in terms of the Epstein files, Trump was legally obligated to release all of them. They have not released all of them in the manner in which they legally should. And he has tried to prevent the release of the Epstein files, calling them a Democratic hoax. after originally calling for the release of them, right? Because he literally said Marjorie Taylor Greene is a traitor because she wanted the release of the Epstein files. I mean, you can't get yourself around that. He was very clearly trying to prevent the release of the Epstein files.
Okay, so the first claim you made, I'm just asking for a source. You said that the Biden administration and the Obama administration were proportionally deporting more criminals than in the Trump administration. What's your source for that?
I got you. That's from DHS.
Considering that we don't even know, I mean,
It was
in
20%
2013
under,
alone,
it was 20% under the Obama administration of people that were deported specifically have committed a violent crime. So under the Obama administration, we were doing so at a 4 times higher rate than what we are right now under the Trump administration.
do you know the percentage of people who got due process in 2013? Only 30% of people that were deported got due process. So how would we even know if the statistic is true?
And that's even less under the Trump administration. I don't know where you got the 30%, but the level of people who got due process is even less under the Trump administration because he's expanded expedited removal to 2 years within the country, anywhere within the jurisdiction of the country, when prior was within 100 miles of the border, and within 2 weeks of being in the country. And then also he has allowed for ICE to violate people's due process rights in terms of not using judicial warrants to search homes. Allowing for ICE to detain based upon people's race, right, which is obviously absurd.
Okay, I mean, the question I was basically asking, by the way, I was actually wrong. It was 83% of people did not receive due process, according to Pew Research Center in 2013 that were deported. The question I'm asking, if there's not U.S. deportations of immigrants reached record high in 2013 by Pew Research Center. Now, this is really what I'm asking. If they're not getting due process, how would we know these statistics? Like, if the vast majority of people that are being deported are not getting due process, we really cannot trust these
2012?
sources.
It says 2012. So where does it say what you're saying?
2013.
Yeah, but where does it say specifically that it's people who didn't get due process?
U.S. deportations of immigrants reached record high in 2013. The Obama administration deported 438,000. Can you know how to control F?
Yeah, I'm looking at the entire page. It's not that long. It's only like 3 paragraphs, or 2 paragraphs really small sentences. None of them say due process.
Here, I've got you.
All they do is they tell you the amount of criminals and non-criminals.
Scroll down. Look, I've got. You can look at my screen.
What's the title? Because it doesn't go down that far for me. So it says record number of deportations in 2012. 2013. Record high in 2013. Yeah. Let me make sure. Here we go. Where does it say?
Just control F it, type in 83, and it'll show you the statistic.
Another change is that 83% of deportations were carried out without appearing. Okay, so I see this without appearing before a judge, either through an order being issued by an enforcement agent called expedited removal, or by a previous order of deportation called the reinstatement of final orders. So I do see what you're saying. Now you know that if it's expedited removal and Trump expanded expedited removal, that would happen to more people under the Trump administration, right?
You're not hearing what I'm saying. You keep mentioning these statistics, basically saying that under Obama and Biden, they're deporting more criminals that committed violent arrests or violent crimes rather than like innocent civilians or innocent people. How would you know that if most of them aren't getting due process?
So you can determine that based upon the fact that there was, in terms of expedited removal, these are people who have just recently gotten to the country, right? So that's just because of the fact that they just recently got in the country less than 2 weeks prior. Okay, so this is just like they're within the country for less than 2 weeks. How do we determine that they've specifically committed it? Well, I think that we have Obama administration is significantly more reliable in making the determinations about whether or not they've done these things than I would say the Trump administration is. So there is a DHS record that specifically would be on this that would be able to identify that. So although it is just executive, and I would say that's not preferable, I would say it's more reliable information based upon those respects. But again, I've already criticized the fact that there is a lack of due process, and I argue against these things. That's why I don't like expedited removal. So I've already clarified that. I've already clarified to you. Trump heavily expanded expedited removal. It went from literally less than 2 weeks within the country, within 100 miles from a border, to less than 2 years within the country, anywhere within the jurisdiction of the country.
Your argument is basically Obama administration is more trustworthy. Instead of addressing how do we know this, you say Obama's more trustworthy. Even you literally
I
define
addressed and I
expedital
acknowledged that.
removal, and it doesn't. Yeah, so you define expedital removal. It's completely irrelevant when we're talking about how we know these statistics that Obama and Biden were deporting
Wait,
more
but
criminals than
you're
Trump.
acting like I don't accept the statistics under Trump.
What?
You're acting like I don't
Okay,
accept the statistics under Trump. All I said was that Obama's more reliable within the executive determinations that they make.
Okay, you're not addressing what I'm saying. How do they know these statistics?
So the issue is that this is determined by the executive branch, and it's not carried over through the judicial because they didn't go in front of a judge. So really, what you'd have to compare on that basis is the reliability of the executive branch. That's the only basis you could compare it based upon. And in terms of the expansion of expedited removal under Trump versus what existed under Obama, right? Those are the only ways that you could really look at it. Does that make sense?
Do you think Tom Homan's is a good director? He's trustworthy, trustworthy border czar.
I think with general information you can accept, but I mean I don't think he's the most trustworthy person.
Considering he was the director in both Obama and the Trump administration, it seems like this doesn't make much sense to me.
Wait, but I'm not saying I dispute the data that's coming out.
You're saying that the Trump administration isn't as trustworthy as Obama.
Didn't I reference the data from the DHS that indicates the proportion of individuals that have committed a violent crime?
Well, again, you never addressed how we know this, but you say that the Obama administration is more
The
trustworthy.
DHS.
Even no, you, how do they know that? They can't know that if
data.
most people aren't getting due process.
Wait. So
how
you're
would they
saying
get that data?
So then you're saying you don't get any data under the Trump administration for what proportion are criminals or what proportion have committed violent crimes?
No, the data you would get would be if they're either here legally or they're here illegally. If they have documentation or
we
they
have
don't.
proportions. We have proportions on violent crimes, who have committed violent crimes and who hasn't. Okay, are you saying that that's not legitimate data?
Okay, so sure. Let's say it is legitimate data. Then by that reason,
let's say it is. I'm asking you, do you think it is?
Sure. Let's say that's true. Then why do we need due process?
Oh, I think we need due process because we need a judicial branch, like a judge, to verify the information that came from the executive. Because we don't trust just the executive alone to do it, because that can create abuses of power. That's why. It's to check the executive branch. So I do disagree with this under Obama as well. I'm not a fan of expedited removal. I would prefer for it to go through the context of a judge.
Okay, now you're saying the executive branch can't be fully trusted, thus we can't fully trust your statistics, basically stating the Obama and Biden administration.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. I did not say we can't trust the statistics. I just said we can't trust them to make determinations on the individuals in all circumstances without a lack of abuse of power if there's not a body that's checking them.
Why not?
The judicial branch is the body that's checking them.
Why?
I think accountability is important for governmental institutions because if there isn't accountability, then it allows for moral hazard and the ability for people in these positions of authority and power to exploit that and engage in abuses of power.
When we're talking about deporting people,
so you're just criticizing why we need checks and balances. We need checks and balances to ensure that the government is operating without abuse of power in the accountability. The checks and balances are very important to ensure accountability. This is a part of checks and balances.
The purpose of checks and balances is to make sure there's no mistakes going on. Obviously,
Exactly. That's what this is.
So if they're not getting that, then we don't know that sources are trustworthy.
No, that's not true.
Right?
They can
still make. You admitted that you needed trustworthy.
Listen, you're not listening. So they can produce reliable information.
Okay.
But is it the case that it can be corrupted in certain circumstances, right? Not in terms of the data, but in terms of the information that they're going to establish on a specific case, because we don't know whether or not they actually determined it to be true in this scenario, is going to be a question, which is why we just want to have a oversight in terms of accountability on behalf of the judicial branch. Well, you're acting like this is some gotcha when expedited removal is expanded under Trump comparative to under Biden.
The data is
and Obama.
The data produced. The data produced by the executive branch is trustworthy. What is not trustworthy?
What is not trustworthy in terms of the
data?
I accept
the
statistics,
deportations.
I'm just saying that we need a process for verification over this because there can be abuse of power if not. Right? For example, there can be mistakes in terms of who's deported. There can be which has happened under the Trump administration. For example, with Abrego Garcia, which is why we had the Supreme Court determine that they made a legitimate determination in sending him to CCOT. Okay? That's why there needs to be judicial oversight, right? That's a great example.
So there can be mistakes, thus we need the judicial branch. Okay, that's fine. It's a valid point. By the way, that only proved that we really cannot trust these statistics, these sources,
Wrong.
because
Wrong.
they're
That
wishy
didn't.
washy. I
Wrong.
mean,
That. So like
yes.
think about it this way. Think about it this way. Within the context of our economic data, we revise our economic data. So we make some mistakes with the economic data, but we are going to revise them over time. Does that mean we should throw out the economic data as a whole? No. Just because there are some mistakes with gathering the data does not mean that the data as a whole is unreliable. That is a dumb point to make.
So basically, let's take a step back. Look at the Obama administration. How many
Wait,
people
can
they
you respond
deported?
to what I just said? What did I just say?
You say that the data is trustworthy, but they can make mistakes when it comes to deporting people. That's effectively what you said.
What's the example
So,
that I provided?
dude, I don't even know. I don't care.
Because you're not
I
paying
really
attention.
don't.
You're not paying attention. You're not listening. You're
Considering
not
that I
actively
just
engaging
repeated,
with what I'm saying.
considering that I just repeated your point, considering I just repeated
You
your
didn't,
point,
because
then
I
I
asked
am
you and you
paying
didn't
attention.
answer. It was economic data. I was referencing the fact, would you not accept the
Okay.
economic data because there's revisions to the economic data, and there are some mistakes within gathering the process of economic data in the very first place.
Things depends on the context.
Oh, there
But
you go.
yeah, let's
So you're making yourself look very ridiculous right now.
for looking at context. Yeah, I look really ridiculous for looking at context.
That's not
How
you looking
silly of
at
me,
context.
Parker.
That's you making ridiculous, absurd conclusions based upon the relevant context.
Hold on, what? It's absurd for me to determine whether or not we should use unreliable data based off the context.
I never said it was unreliable. You never even indicated that it was unreliable. That's not the point that's being made here. It's just saying that
You
there can
admitted
be.
that sometimes economic data is wrong.
That doesn't mean it's
You admitted
unreliable.
that.
That doesn't mean it's unreliable. That means we revise
What?
the data with
If
better
it's
numbers.
wrong, then it is unreliable.
Not
Oh
true.
my gosh. Okay. I think you've lost this point. Let's move on.
No.
Obama
Let me finish
deported
making that point because you're
millions
being
of people.
dishonest right now. Us having revisions within the context of economic data is about the information that we have at the time. That information can change. That doesn't mean that the information we have is unreliable, because reliability depends on the probability of it being true, not based upon it always being true. If you needed certainty in order for something to have reliability, well, then nothing is certainty practically at all. Therefore, you don't have reliability. You don't, under your view, have reliability that your parents love you, because, again, you're not certain of that. It could be otherwise. It's logically possible. So under your view, you can't make that determination that reliably that your parents love you, or that your significant other loves you, or that anyone in your life loves you.
Well, yeah, when we're talking about non-emotional things, you could probably look at a lot of reasons to believe my parents love me. Since they've done a lot, they've shown love, right? I mean, you can look at I guess it would be the data. If you want to bring it back to the economics of it, then yeah, you can look at what my parents have done for me. They've proved that they do love me. But when it comes to the economics, and you're mentioning
so now
that the data is constantly changing.
That's probabilistic, brother.
Okay.
Okay, that's not certain. So in order to establish reliability, it doesn't need to be certain. It can be probabilistic.
Yeah, yes, unless we're talking about economics. When we're talking about economics, we need the actual hardcore data.
Economics
We
is
can't be making
probabilistic
stuff
here
up.
for establishing data. It is probabilistic. We rely upon models in order to be able to establish this. It's inherently relies on statistics. We're not categorizing every single price in the United States. It's impossible. We're making a statistical analysis based upon certain types of facts that could be representative of the overall markets as a whole. We don't have every single number from every single grocery store in America when we establish grocery prices. We have a statistical analysis that demonstrates that.
But when the economists are gathering that data, they're not gathering incorrect data. You're comparing. This is a fallacy. You're comparing two different things. You're talking about certain data that can be wrong, and data that they're getting that are averaged out. Things can be averaged out, but if you're getting an incorrect piece of data, then that shouldn't be averaged out. That's a completely different scenario.
I don't know what you mean. You're saying you can't average. I'm really confused. The point that I'm making is that you can have some mistakes. You can have some mistakes within gathering data, right? But that doesn't mean that the overall data that we're getting, or the economic data that's coming out, is unreliable. That's the point that I'm making. In the same way that the immigration data that we have in terms of the level of people who have committed violent crimes and whatnot, right? I still think is reliable, even though there can be mistakes in applied in the context of law if there's no judicial oversight. That's a
but there's
totally
no
valid assertion.
mistakes being making. with these economists, they're not making mistakes. They're getting the actual data. They're not typing in the numbers wrong, and if they are, they'll throw the numbers out. They'll throw the statistic out. If they're putting in the wrong numbers,
The
then
mistakes
it's
they make, the
unreliable
mistakes
data.
they make can be from a statistical basis in terms of some of the assumptions that they make. There could be outliers that could affect the data. There could be plenty of mistakes. That's why they
Outliers aren't
revised.
mistakes, though.
That is why they revised the data, dude.
Yeah, okay. They revise the data, and then they don't trust that data anymore. They trust the revised one, right? They take the revised one
What
now.
has most evidence? Yeah.
What has most evidence? So yeah, they'll take what's most trustworthy
And that's
because it has
you
more
determine to be
accurate
reliable
data.
is what has the most evidence. So what's your whole point with this?
I don't know where you're trying to take this, but basically
My
you're
point
saying
was
that
that
accuracy
my whole
does
point
make
from
things
this
more
that we originally
trustworthy.
started from, my whole point that we originally started from is that Donald Trump deports less individuals that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes disproportionately. Proportionally speaking, Biden and Obama deported more individuals proportionally that committed violent crimes.
Yeah, and so when we're talking about these people that aren't getting due process, and there's a lot of mistakes going on because you believe that, because you believe the judicial branch should be involved, then obviously the data can be wrong. And if there's a large group of people that aren't getting due process,
I do
considering
think the data is still
83%,
reliable. I still accept it. Could there be issues? Yes, but I do
83%,
think the data is reliable.
I think depends on how many mistakes, don't you think? You think if there's enough mistakes, it becomes unreliable?
Proportionally, there's more under Trump, and I still accept the data, and I was still pointing to it.
How? How do you think there's more mistakes under the
Because
Trump data?
because they literally expanded expedited removal, which means that they're proportionally deporting more individuals without due process.
What? Okay, so let's just take a look at that. Now you're believing that due
Dude.
process is required when it comes to making the data. You just changed your entire
No, that's not
perspective.
what I
This entire
said.
time you've been saying that the executive branch can be trustworthy when it comes to data, but not deportations. And now you're saying the Trump administration is less trustworthy with the data because they're not using the judicial branch. Which one is it?
What you're not understanding is I said specifically based upon your argument, if your argument is that because of the lack of due process, that means that we don't have relevant data, well, then that would be worse under Trump's administration. Is that a complicated thing for you to understand?
Okay. This is a criticism of your statistic. You're the one that brought up the statistics.
These are from the DHS.
Yes, and again, if we cannot trust them because the judicial branch is not used,
I never said that we can't trust the data. I just said specifically that we can, right, ensure due process to a greater extent to limit the amount of mistakes that could happen and to ensure accountability in the situations in which that does happen.
wait, you just said that more deportations means more room for error. Is that what you're arguing?
More violations of due process leaves more room for more error. I just don't know how this
Okay,
is all
so
complicated to you.
so the Obama administration had an unbelievable amount of error because considering they had 83% of people deported without any due process, they themselves would have had very, very skewed data.
That's not about the data. That's about in terms of mistakes. So obviously, yes, I criticize that myself. I already criticized that. I'm just saying it's worse under Trump because Trump has expanded expedited removal, which violates due process rights to a greater extent.
Actually, I'm curious, what is the percentage of people who didn't get due process deported under Trump this administration?
Wait, repeat that one more time.
Percentage of people that did not get due process deported under this administration.
I would have to look that particular number up. I'm just telling you that it's definitely higher because of the expansion of expedited removal. Does that make sense?
So you think, I mean, yeah, you're assuming that, but we don't really know if this is true or false. I mean,
We
this is kind of a
do because
guessing
of the
game.
expansion of expedited removal, meaning it's applicable to
Yeah,
more people proportionally.
yes, but again, that doesn't necessarily mean that for a fact that there's going to be more deportations without due process because there's other deportations that are going on besides expedited removal. Maybe the Trump administration is giving more due process to people that are being deported that are not expedited removal. Maybe it's better than it is in the Obama administration. You got to make an actual claim with a source that backs it up. You can't just say, I think this because of the expedited removal.
That's the main process that Trump is specifically using to violate due process. But the other ways, there's no reason to say that Trump has expanded expedited removal, or not expedited removal, due process in any other way. That's what that would entail, is that he's expanded due process rights, which he hasn't. He actually himself has said that he doesn't even believe in due process rights for undocumented immigrants.
Okay, so this is basically just to restate what and recap what everything has been said. You believe that the Obama administration is more trustworthy because they deported more criminals than the Trump administration proportion. And you say that because it's thanks to the data, even though we both agree the data can definitely be very wrong, considering that most people deported did not get due process. The vast majority of people in all the administrations did not get due process, yet you still take this data to be trustworthy. And the disagreement is there. I don't think that neither the Trump administration nor the Obama administration nor the Biden administration can be trustworthy when it comes to this, when considering the vast majority of
So
these
you
people
just dispute all data.
would have
You
no
don't
idea.
accept. You don't accept any of the data. Okay. If
No,
you
it
don't
depends on the
accept,
data. If the data,
if you don't accept any of the
can-
data, well then how can you make a claim that the Biden administration even let more people into the country? You don't accept the data.
no, I did not say we. I did not say we can't trust any of the data. That's a red herring. You're not really understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that the specific statistic, the specific data of whether or not these people that are being deported are criminals cannot be trustworthy because, again, most of them aren't getting due process. We would not ever know that to be true. Now,
Okay.
I'm not
So, and by
mentioning
the way, you only
anything
have.
about the
So by the
people,
way,
the
let me
mass immigration.
let me clarify. You only have this true for that 1 year. By the way, for that particular number that you were referencing, the
That was one
2012.
example.
Yeah, they explicitly said that this is a record and that this is something that wasn't true prior. They said another change. So, like, let's just clarify there. Secondly,
What were the stats in 2020, 2012?
I don't know. I'm just telling you that they said another change because this is what it was for 2020, or 2013. I'm just reading off your own
Okay, so
source.
it could have gone from 80 to 87 or whatever the statistics are. That doesn't really prove anything.
It's 83%,
So
by the way.
what's
You
your
keep
point?
saying 87. I don't know why you're getting your own statistics wrong here.
My bad, dude. I'm so sorry I said 87 instead of 83. But you still haven't been able to address the point that this is not trustworthy. And again, you made a bad claim. You made a bad argument,
I
a
don't.
bad faith
I
argument
already
that I can't.
disputed this. I already disputed this.
Yeah, you say
Because
that I can't trust
I
any
think that
data because
I
of
think
this
it
one.
can increase the likelihood that there's going to be mistakes. That doesn't mean that there's unreliable data overall. I just think you're being ridiculous, and I think that this is a completely irrelevant conversation, honestly, at this point.
Okay, let's move on then. If you don't want to talk about it, let's move
No,
on.
I want you to. I
So
want
let's,
you to acknowledge that that was like a bullshit
you
point for you to make.
No, absolutely not. You never actually addressed it. You just said
I
that
did.
you said that not data can be wrong, but we should still trust it. That's what your claim is. I'm just disagreeing. I don't think we should be able to trust it, but
Wait.
that's a difference in opinion.
Acknowledging that something can be wrong doesn't mean I believe that it is wrong. I just acknowledge that there's a possible chance, right? Do you understand that?
You
You can
don't think that there's
acknowledge
any
that?
problems?
Listen,
You don't
when you
think there's
say
any?
things are true or you say things have reliable information, you're not saying they're certainly the case or that in every single possible circumstance it's true. That can be false, and you can still have reliable information.
Do you personally believe that the statistics are completely trustworthy
Yes, I do
based off of
accept
what
the
we
statistics.
discussed? Okay, I disagree. 83% not getting due process. I disagree.
That's
Okay,
not the
that's just a difference in opinion.
I don't think that necessarily limits us from having reliable data. I think
You
that's a
said that earlier.
limitation. I think it's a limitation for. No, I never said that on terms of data. I said it in terms
You
of
did.
carrying out the law and mistakes and abuses of power.
Okay,
Do you
you
understand
did
that?
say
I'm
that,
talking
but
about
it's
data.
fine.
I did not say that.
Yeah.
I clarified
You
how many
did.
times over and over again that I did not say that.
No, I mean you mentioned
Why are
the
you
reason we
acting like
need
I
due
said that? I have
process.
repeated to you over and over again
Let
that
me
I did not say that.
let me break it down. Let me break it down. You said we needed the courts. We needed the judicial branch involved because they can make mistakes. If the judicial branch is not getting involved, then that means they're going to be making mistakes.
Yeah, in terms of the deportation of individuals, right? The carrying
And
out
this
of
was
this.
specifically talking about data. This is when we were
No,
specifically
I'm not
talking about
specifically
data,
talking
and
about
you're
data
like,
there. That conversation's not about data. It's about them carrying out deportations. The data that they have on terms of the people that they specifically are detaining and whatnot, or who they inevitably deport, is specifically acceptable information of the individuals that they did have access to, not whether or not it would be justified for them in the particular scenario to be particularly deported, right? Like you're not even going through that.
I think one fun thing to mention is that there's actually no statistics that determines whether or not the Trump administration is deporting more criminals, violent criminals, than there are regular people. You never actually brought up a source that proves that.
I told you the DHS that 5% of those specifically detained by ICE under the Trump administration have literally committed a violent crime. That's it, 5%.
Detained by ICE? Hold
Yes.
on. Let's slow it. Detained by ICE and deportation is completely different.
Yeah, this is the same. It's the same statistic for deportation. If you look at the DHS.
What?
If you look at
you mentioned you mentioned being detained by ICE.
Go to the DHS.
What's the title of this website?
Let me just look up DHS immigration data, criminals, violent criminals, and non-criminals.
Yeah,
I
don't see that.
If you can't find it, I can give you something that links to it. It's from the Cato Institute. 5% of people detained by ICE have violent convictions. 73% no convictions.
Okay, yeah. So it's not the same as deportation.
Yeah, I understand. This is what's citing you the
You
information.
just said it was the same thing.
No, I didn't. I did not say it's the same thing. I told you this is the title.
Yeah.
I said
Okay.
the
So this
statistic is
proves
the
literally
same.
nothing.
I said the statistic is the same.
Statistic is the same as what?
The 5% number.
The 5% of it's the same as what? I'm so confused. What
For
are you talking about?
deportations. I don't
You
know why
just
you're
said
so
it. Oh my
confused.
gosh, this has got to be rage bait. This has got to be actually rage bait.
No, I just think
Oh
you're too
my
dumb
gosh.
that you're like actually so dumb that you're literally rage baiting yourself.
Parker, what's the Fourth Amendment?
The Fourth Amendment is explicitly for search and seizure.
What's the Sixth Amendment?
I don't know the Sixth Amendment.
Yeah, call me a moron, and you're a grown man that doesn't know the Bill of Rights. Okay. Yeah.
What's the Seventh
That
Amendment?
makes plenty of. Seventh Amendment. So the Sixth Amendment, Seventh Amendment is right to a jury.
What's the Eighth Amendment?
Eighth Amendment's no cruel or unusual punishment.
What's the Ninth Amendment?
Ninth Amendment is
I can hear you typing.
no. What?
I can hear you typing.
You think I'm typing?
I heard you typing.
I'm typing right now. Yeah, I swear to goodness, I'm on the website you literally said to be on.
Okay. So keep this on. Answer the question. What's the Ninth Amendment?
Ninth Amendment are rights not given, or it explicitly states that not all rights are listed in the Constitution.
Okay. What's the Tenth Amendment?
Rights not given to the federal government are given to the states and the people.
Okay. What's the sixth? What's this? Or what's the Third Amendment?
The quartering when soldiers can't quarter at people's homes.
You're definitely reading this. I bullshit.
What are you talking about? I have nothing around me. What are you talking about? I think you're jealous because I know the Bill of Rights and you don't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't remember every single one of the amendments off the top of my head. I apologize.
It's not the amendment. It's the Bill of Rights.
How many continents are there?
7.
Okay. What are they?
North, South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, Antarctica.
Okay. How many amendments are in the Constitution?
It's 27.
Okay. I'm surprised you know all these things, man. You're the first Trump supporter, I think. First Trump supporter possible.
No.
What's the boiling
I'll
point?
argue.
What is boiling point for water?
Dude, I have I have no clue. I actually have no clue.
Okay.
Is it 100 degrees Celsius? I don't know Fahrenheit.
212.
Okay, but I will admit though, if you're gonna argue that I'm the
what degrees
smartest,
is freezing?
0 degrees Celsius, 32 Fahrenheit.
Okay. Alrighty. So I mean, I don't know what your whole point is. I didn't know the Sixth
You
Amendment.
called me a dummy. You called me dumb.
On one point. For what? What did I call you dumb for?
You called me dumb because you were rage baiting me, and I called you out for rage baiting me.
I wasn't rage baiting you. I just said you're getting mad at this because you're dumb, because you're not comprehending what I'm saying.
You're saying it's the same as what? The 5% of people
the
detained by
5%.
ICE.
I'm telling you where to find it. You can look it up. There's
I
no
got
big
it.
deal, right? And the 5% number specifically is the same for deportations. In terms
Where
of
does
the
it say
violent,
that?
the percentage that it's violent. Click on the particular data from the DHS. I was just telling you where you're going to get the
I'm
information.
literally on there. You gave me, I asked about deportations. You gave me a website that was explicitly talking about ICE detaining people, not the actual deportations. And you say,
This
I
does
said that's not
specifically
the
talk
same
about the
thing.
share of individuals that are violent. Oh my gosh, bro.
Again,
And
we're not talking about deportations.
It sends you to the website where you can click on it for the deportations, bro. Oh my god, I'm just telling you where you can find it from.
Yeah, you're not really giving me the deportations. Where on the website does it say anything about the deportations? Where do I click
Click
this link
on
that
the
you keep
data,
talking
bro.
about?
Click on the data that sends you to it. They
What
literally,
data?
it says source underneath all of the graphs, bro. It gives you the source. You can click on them. You can go. It literally gives you the links to the data, my guy. Click on the links
Yeah,
underneath the sources, bro.
I don't see anything about deporting. I just see detaining.
Okay. Okay, so do you think we have no data on deportations?
I mean, apparently you've been giving me a lot from the Obama administration, so I don't know. Maybe you tell me. I don't see anything on this website you gave me.
Okay. Well, that is what is going to cite it for you. I can try to give you even more information if you'd like, but I told you where you can click on it, and you can find the information through that. Literally,
And this is another
if you look up what percent of
Yeah.
individuals are deported, you won't find a different number than that. I promise you.
So I guess
Literally, just look
another
up
question I
what
would
percent
ask.
of individuals have been deported under the Trump administration that have had a violent criminal offense.
It says on Cato Institute, roughly the detainees. Oh my gosh, bro, it's not what I'm asking for. Yeah, I don't see any specifically talking about deportations. It's only about ICE detainees.
So you can't find any information on deportations.
Yeah, I cannot find it.
And when you look it up, it just says detainees for you. So I think that's
Yeah,
something that
it
maybe you'll need to
says.
continue looking. Maybe you need to take a little bit more time to do that. But again, I promise you, you won't be able to find any difference.
Considering that we can't find any statistic relating to deportations, I don't think there can be a difference. I mean, this makes literally no sense. The statistic I get is the Cato Institute one you gave me, and it says roughly 23 to 37% of detainees having prior criminal convictions, not talking about people that were deported, because not everyone that's detained is deported.
Ask what percent of individuals that are detained by ICE are deported. Does that give you any information?
Recent reports indicate that 69% of people detained are deported.
Okay. 69% of those are
So
detained
yeah,
are deported. Do you think, proportionally speaking, that it's going to be much different?
could definitely be different. Definitely, yeah.
Okay. But do you think it'd be much different?
I don't know.
Like, do you think there, for
Again, I don't
example,
have
would
enough
be,
insight on this
do you think
information.
there would be a 4 times distinction? Do you think it would go from 5% violent criminals to 20% violent criminals?
I don't know. Again, we don't have enough data to absolutely know 100%.
Okay. All right. Well, then you can't make a claim that specifically it was happening to any greater or lesser extent under your view because you think that we don't have reliable data. So you think that Trump isn't going after more people who have committed violent crimes. You think Trump isn't deporting more people because we don't have any reliable data saying that.
Again, you're being
You
misleading
said
here.
you
My
said we
claim
don't have
initially.
numbers on Trump's deportations on the proportions of Trump's
No,
deportations. So if we don't have those numbers on the proportions of Trump's deportations, then how are you going to establish that Trump has
we
deported any
we
specific
definitely know how many
number of
people.
people?
We know how many people have been deported, but when it comes to
But
knowing
we don't know
the
how many were
criminal
violent?
convict, yeah, that essentially is what I'm arguing, because the fact is neither of us can find any statistic that proves that. You can't find me a statistic that proves any data on how many people that have been deported has a certain criminal record.
Yeah, I'm telling you specifically what is established already, right? And
Yeah.
any number that you would look for will not be more than 20%. So the point that I'm making is that, again, Obama proportionally was going after more individuals that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. You won't be able to establish anything from any claim that would establish a higher number of individuals that have committed violent crimes, right, proportionally under the Trump administration. Absolutely none. Okay? So, given that that's the case, will you at least establish, right, that, again, in terms of Trump going after individuals and deporting individuals, that he's not doing a better process of addressing this, that he's violating people's due process rights to a greater extent, that he's not making this country safer by any means?
He definitely is considering the country is safer.
It's not.
It's not.
How is
So
it safer?
the homicide
How
rates
is it
have not
safer?
gone down.
Trump started a war with Iran and, like, literally said that there will be attacks on American soil. It's just about when.
Yeah, so the homicide rate is the lowest it's been since 1900. If you want to talk about Iran, we could get into foreign policy. I don't think that
You said it's the lowest since 1900?
Yeah, according
What's
to
your
the Council on
source?
Criminal Justice showed a 21% decrease from 2024. Robbery fell 23%. Carjackings fell 43%. So yes, I would definitely say the United States is safer.
1900, though. You're not right.
Yeah, the year 1900. Yes, actually, I am right.
Okay, well, let me take a look at this. So the year 1900, definitely see no evidence of that.
Did you even Google it?
Yes, I did. I'm on macro trends right now. It only shows to 1990.
Council.
It was higher in 1990. I can go to Statista. Let's see. Statista goes back even further. It doesn't.
Go to Council on Criminal Justice. It gives you the source, and you can just Control F and type in
What is the title?
1900. I can give you the URL. I don't really know where the title is. Crime Trends in U.S. Cities, year-end 2025 update. And then type in Council on Criminal Justice.
Crime Trends in U.S. City.
I think that might give you the website.
Just tell me the title of the particular one that says since 1900.
Yeah, I don't know where
because all the data that I see goes back to
URL.
90s.
I have it saved as a URL. I don't have the actual name of the title.
Then when you click on the URL, what's the title?
You want to read? You want me to read every single letter?
No, just tell me the fucking title.
Oh my gosh, I did this.
Crime trends in U.S. cities, year to end. That's just year to end. That's for 1 year, not for till 1900. Where does it say till 1900? You're showing me on screen. Okay, going back to it says that would be the lowest. Go back. Lowest rate ever recorded in any law. Okay, when nationwide data for jurisdictions for all sizes is reported to the FBI later this year, it says that homicides will drop to about 4 of every 100,000 residents. That will be okay. I can't read the whole thing. That would be the lowest public health data going back to 1900 percentage drop. So it's saying the most drop, not in terms of the lowest rate. Does that make sense?
No, it literally says that would be the lowest rate ever recorded in law enforcement or public health data going back to 1900.
It looked like it said percentage drop.
I can show you the word again. It says rate.
Okay, let me open it back up.
Finding out a lot of new facts about this administration.
Rate ever. Okay, so that would be the lowest rate ever recorded in law enforcement or public health data going back to 1900s. Okay, and would mark the largest single year percentage drop. Okay, so you're right. You're right. But how is that caused by Trump?
No, you literally made the claim that the country is like not even this safe. I'm not even arguing that Trump caused it. I mean, I could.
No, I'm arguing that Trump isn't making us safer.
You said America is not as safe under Trump. It's clearly safer under Trump. I mean, do you agree or
Trump's
disagree?
not making us safer. Saying that there has been a crime rate drop is not saying that Trump has made things safer. That's like saying Biden made things safer because between 2023 and 2024, the crime rate dropped. The crime rate was declining before Trump even got in office.
Crime rate, it was, but not nearly to this extent. I mean, we never saw a drop like this, obviously, in American history. just because you
But
can
that doesn't
look
mean
at the
that Trump
downward
caused it.
trend.
That's called the correlation causation fallacy. You're saying just because
What do
two
you think
things are
caused it?
associated, that means one caused the other. Again, just because there was a drop in the crime in 2023 to 2024 and whatnot, does not mean that Biden caused that drop. Especially when we're talking about like the overall violent crime rate in the country.
What caused the drop then? Because there's obviously got to be something that causes such a
I
significant
think it
drop
was a
that it makes
decreasing.
history.
I think it was a decreasing trend that already existed.
But it can't just be a trend if it's a 1 year record breaking. It's the lowest it's been in American history. The largest drop. It can't just be a trend. That makes no sense.
It can be on a trend of decline that inevitably led to this. What do you think Trump did that caused this?
I already mentioned. I talked about the deportations. We could talk about the
But
National Guard being
deportations
sent
don't
in.
overhaul. You said you don't even know the people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. We're talking about violent crimes. You don't even know the proportion of people that have been deported that have committed a violent crime under your view. So how do you know that they actually
Talk
have been
about
going
the.
after people who have committed violent
Talk
crimes?
about.
We're talking about violent
We could
crime.
talk about
You
the.
don't know the proportion of people that have committed violent crime. How can you make a determination on that? You have no fucking clue.
Considering the crime is down, we can definitely make an inference that
No,
people
wait,
that
no,
were
that's a
deported for
dumbass
certain
inference.
criminals.
Dumbass inference.
Okay,
You
we
have no
can.
wait. So you have no, so now you can make an inference based upon the evidence and the data that specifically. Because I feel like it, I'm just going to say that there were a lot of violent criminals that were deported. I thought you just said earlier that you don't know the proportion of violent criminals that were deported under the Trump
Can
administration.
I continue? You're
Wait,
acting like
no,
this is the
wait.
only point I've got.
Do you know the proportion of people who were deported under the Trump administration that were violent criminals?
No, and neither do you, and neither does
No, if we
anybody
don't,
else,
if we
because
don't, how do you know that that's going to reduce the violent crime?
because if you're deporting, he's definitely deporting criminals. Will you give him that he's actually
But that
deported
doesn't mean it's
criminals?
reducing violent crime. Undocumented immigrants are, again, multiple times as likely to commit violent crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens.
How do we even know that? Like, I'm genuinely curious where that statistic comes from, and I actually do not know how it's trustworthy.
There's a bibliography in my bio. You can check it out. You can find that. FB, thank you so much to the Galaxy. There's a bunch of different sources. There's I think 20 plus pages of different sources.
Okay, so let's continue. We could talk about the executive orders, the strengthening and unleashing America's
Wait,
law
can you acknowledge
enforcement
that?
directive.
Wait, don't pivot. Can you acknowledge that?
I did. I did. Okay, we don't know the data. Okay, but deporting criminals can probably lower crime. I'm not a genius, but we're definitely deporting criminals to an
No, you're
extent. Now,
deporting
how many, I
undocumented
don't know.
immigrants, but if undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime, proportionally, in that situation, it would increase the crime rate.
Yeah, but we're not deporting solely undocumented immigrants. Trump has literally made executive orders that
We're not
basically directed
deporting
people.
solely undocumented immigrants? Is that what you
No, we're
just
not
said?
deporting all undocumented. Let me rephrase. Not all undocumented immigrants are being deported because
Okay.
we've seen the executive orders signed. It
But
keeps
they're
the
still
farmers in the United
proportionally less
States.
likely to commit these particular types of crimes. So if you remove
Yeah,
undocumented immigrants from the country, but you don't know what proportion are violent criminals, you would assume that it's less, right, than the rate of the natural born population, because the natural born population is more likely to commit these crimes.
depends on which group you're taking away. Trump decided that he's not going to deport criminal or illegal immigrants that are here that are farmers or whatever. And if they're not going to be deporting that group, the farmers who are not going to be committing nearly as many crimes as the violent criminals, then that's one innocent group that's taken away from the equation. Thus, statistically speaking, the violent number would actually go up.
You said so you repeat that one more time, sorry?
So the Trump administration has directed us not to deport illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants that are farmers, and farmers are not nearly as likely to be these violent criminals, obviously. And if we're taking away an innocent group from the people that are being deported, then obviously the number of people that are criminals disproportionately goes up.
If you're saying you're going after people who have committed crimes and you're more likely to arrest people who have committed crimes, is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that he's going after. Let's look at it. We've got a
You
blank
said he's
paper. We're going after. Oh
people who have committed these bad crimes. You have no evidence of that. They don't even prioritize it.
my gosh,
That's not
you're
been
not listening to what I'm saying. This has got to be. You've got the undocumented immigrants. Trump says, okay, you see these farmers? These are regular people. We're going to put them to the side, and we're going to go after everybody else. The farmers are the innocent people that are not committing the crimes. Since there's a smaller population of innocent people that are being deported, then those people that are criminals make up a larger percentage.
So I'll repeat what you're just saying. I was responding to Dean.
Oh my gosh, bro. So the Trump administration paused raids on on farms because they're not deporting the people that are farmers, the illegal immigrants that are farmers.
So they
The
want to keep
farmers,
undocumented immigrants in the country?
they're the ones that are farming, apparently, yeah. The ones that are in the farms, the hotels, and the restaurants, acknowledging the aggressive deportation of undocumented agricultural workers harms farmers and the food supply. So they're not attacking those people.
Okay. So you just said that they're not going after these farm workers. So you think that people should be given a legal status in the country, or do you think that they should just stay in the country undocumented?
I think those specific people, this is the same argument they used for slavery. I don't think they should be in the country because, I mean, they're basically being paid like slaves.
So are you
They
saying
need
that
to be
the Trump
deported and then,
administration is justifying slavery?
yeah, they're doing just the same thing that the Biden administration was doing when it comes to the agriculture. I do not support keeping the illegal immigrants that are here that are that are farming. Just because you're farming,
So
I don't.
So I think there should be a legal pathway for undocumented immigrants who haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. You're saying the Biden administration just allowed for this, but I see no policy saying that. But you just said that Trump is allowing for this, and you've established that to be the
The
case. You
lack
said that they've actually
thereof.
communicated that. The lack of a
No,
deportation
the
does not
lack
mean that they
thereof.
purposefully kept that person in the country. That makes no sense.
No, if they're not deporting people, I mean, basically the
Are there
argument is that if we
undocumented
deport these
immigrants in the
people,
country
oh my
right now?
gosh, yes,
Are there violent people who are undocumented in the country right now?
yeah.
Them being here, is that evidence the Trump administration doesn't want to deport them?
What? No, they're still making active
So them being here is not evidence the Trump
decisions to
administration
do
doesn't
that.
want to deport them. So your perspective cannot be
What?
established by saying just because they weren't deported under Biden, that means Biden didn't want to deport them.
Okay, then why didn't Biden deport them? I mean, he made literally no efforts to deporting a lot of these people, especially when it
It
comes
sounds
to
like they were
farms.
focusing more on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes then.
Exactly. Maybe it's because they want to keep the farmers so they keep the prices low. I mean, this is the argument you've heard all across the left, and even some conservatives. Basically, if you deport the farmers, the prices will go up for everybody else. That's the same argument they used back in Jim Crow.
Okay, but he's okay with prices going up because of literally the tariff policy and because of the war with Iran.
So the tariffs have caused rising prices, right?
Yes, and inflation is going to be expected to be forecasted at 4.2% according to the OECD.
What's the inflation rate for
year over year.
2025? What's the inflation rate for 2025?
I don't know the average for 2025. I'd have to go back and look. I think it was probably
It
between
was
2.4 to 2.7, something like that.
what was it for 2024?
Around the same.
It's 2.9%. So the inflation rate actually went down in
Where'd you get that was the
2025 compared to
average?
2020. United
I don't
States
think that's the
inflation
average.
calculator.
You get U.S. inflation calculator? U.S. inflation by year? Is that what you did?
Yes, inflation calculator. I think it'll be the first thing that'll pop up. I'm not sure.
Okay, and they say 2.7 for 2025, 2.9 2024. Okay.
Can you see that average to what?
Yeah. What's your point?
If you're
That
arguing
doesn't
that
mean that there
prices are
wasn't
going up,
that doesn't mean that there wasn't inflationary pressure from the tariffs.
clearly it wasn't
Because
much considering it was lower than what it was before the tariffs.
no, that you understand that there could still be upward pressure because it would have been on a trend down to a greater extent. Look at the rate of change between 2023 versus 2024. Was there a greater change than between 2024 and 2025?
From 4.1 to 2.9, there was a greater change from there to 2.6.
3.4 to 2.9. So if you go from 3.4 to 2.9, that was a greater decrease than 2.9 to 2.7. So even if you wanted to stay from that,
No, you're looking at the December. You're not looking at the average, but yeah. So
I am
sure,
looking
the
at the
4.1
average
to 2.
annual inflation rate according to the site that you just cited.
What? We're looking at two different numbers. What was the inflation rate for 2023? The average.
The average it says 3.4% for 2023.
Yeah. Are you looking at the chart? Look, scroll down.
I think you're just looking at October. That's 3.2% October.
No, just scroll down. There's a chart underneath the one you're looking at.
I'm on the chart, like the one or the
Okay,
graph
so
specifically.
yeah. So if you look to the very far right, you'll see what I showed. Yeah, and I get your point still stands, but you've got the numbers completely wrong. So yeah, the argument basically
Can I establish a
that
few things here? So even though there was upward pressure in terms of inflation, right, from tariffs, we can acknowledge that there was downward pressure from the reduction in the GDP size, right, and the growth rate. We can reference the reduction in the real median wage growth, the reduction in real domestic manufacturing investment, the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. And that obviously can contribute to inflation not going up as much as what it would have otherwise, given that these conditions were not met. Also, again, in terms of the reduction in the real domestic manufacturing investment, that indicates that tariffs weren't effective at its main objective. Like, its main objective was to increase real domestic manufacturing investment, and it utterly failed.
yeah, it turns out that companies just paid the tariffs and moved on. It was actually pretty surprising. We've seen a lot of
They
tariff
pass
revenue.
it down to their consumers. And also, again, the inflation rate, 4.2%, is that higher than the past few years?
The inflation rate of 4.2%. From the average, it was the same. It's lower than it was in 2022. It's about the
Yeah,
same
but
as it
in
was in
2023
2023.
and 2024 was inflation lower.
Was in 2022 and 2023 was inflation lower than it is now?
Than what it is now, yeah.
No, in 2022
It
the
is.
inflation rate was
Because the
8%.
OECD forecasts it's 4.2%. 4.2% is higher than 3.4 and 2.9.
2022 the inflation rate was 8%. What are you talking about?
In 2022 it says 6.5%. But that's on average. Now what you're not understanding is that
What?
that's not due to the Biden-Harris administration's actions. This is due to Trump's actions.
I never argued that the 8% in 2022 was Biden administration's fault. You're the one that brought that up. But yeah, your
You're the
argument.
one who brought that up. I'm bringing up Trump's inflation and saying it's due to Trump because of his war with Iran, and then you tried to bring up the inflation under Biden to try to be like, "Oh, dude, that means that that's something that also existed under Biden, bro." Like trying to act like it's equal.
No, it actually did. It was worse under Biden actually,
But not due
because
to Biden's
the
actions.
inflation was higher.
Not due to Biden's actions, though.
Okay, why was the inflation
Was
rate
it
higher?
due to Biden's actions?
I'm asking you a question.
Was it due to Biden's actions? Yes or no?
In 2024, the inflation rate, it was. It was. I don't think it
No,
was due to Biden.
2022 inflation rate, 2021, 2022 inflation rate. Was that due
Yeah,
to
no,
Biden's?
I would say I would just say supply chains after COVID. You're trying to get a gotcha, but
Okay, so it has nothing to do with
debated a
Biden.
few times.
Is the inflation that we see right now, the 4.2% from the OECD's estimations, right, forecast, is that due to Trump?
It's a forecast, so it's not even true. But
Is
I
it
would
due to
say
Trump?
that
And forecast for this
I'm
month,
not
by the way.
sure.
We just haven't got this month data yet because the month has to be over, which is going to be soon.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. I mean, if you're gonna blame it on Iran, I wouldn't say that's Trump's fault. I would say that's
Trump started the war with Iran. What are you talking about? Obviously, that's Trump's fault. What the fuck are you saying, dude?
You think Trump should have done nothing? Just let him
I think
build
Trump
up
should not have
uranium?
gone to war with Iran. Yeah.
You think that a nation that says death to America and death to Israel and death to Western civilization be able to have a
Why
nuke
do
that
they
would
say
wipe
that?
out
Why
everyone?
do they say that?
Why do they say that? Why do they say death to the Jews, death to Christians? I mean, it's
Wait,
in their religion. They want
No,
to
listen.
unalive
Why
all
do they say
infidels.
death to America? Why do they say death to America? Because of the fact that we have a relationship with the state of Israel, and we're engaging in what's it called? We're engaging in conflicts in the Middle East, military intervention in the Middle East that's destabilizing the region. Those are the reasons that have contributed towards that. If we stopped having such a relationship with Israel and we stopped involving ourselves in the Middle East over and over and over again, well, then maybe this wouldn't happen to the same degree.
You think that if the United States got out of the Middle East, Iran would suddenly become our best bud and they'll be completely fine?
No, I never said they would
would
become our
love
best
us.
bud, but they wouldn't say death to America to the same extent if we didn't support that same sort of policy. That's exactly what Trump's doing, is supporting that exact policy, which is making the conditions worse. You're acting like what he's doing is making conditions better when it's very obvious to everyone, based upon history, that he's not.
You realize death to America was a chant that was created during like the Iranian revolution. Like this is when the Ayatollah and the Iranian regime came into power. This isn't like a
Due
recent
to
thing.
U.S. military intervention in our relationship with the state of Israel.
So, okay, the United States can't be friends with
Okay,
Israel.
yeah,
Is that
that's
what
going
you're
to be a
saying?
big contributing factor to why they even have these positions in the first place. So if you want to prevent that without going to war, maybe you should stop supporting the state of Israel and stop militarily intervening in the Middle East and destabilizing the region.
If let's say the United States and Canada started having beef, and Canada or China is like, Canada's best bud, they're gonna start chanting, or are we gonna start chanting death to China because they are backing a nation that
No,
we
but I
don't
am telling
like?
you,
No, that doesn't make sense.
specifically that is happening. What has happened and what has led to that? I'm sorry that it hurts your feelings that I'm acknowledging the facts that that's what's led to this,
Hurts
but
my
this is the
feelings.
facts.
Were they chanting death to America after the JCPOA was passed?
Where they so again, the whole claims in terms of all of this is that that's happened
It's a
prior,
yes or
and
no
those particular
question.
negotiations led to this happening. Were they still saying it at that
It's a
time? Probably.
Yeah, so you're basically, your argument is that the JCPOA is so good and the Trump administration
Yeah, it
got
is
us out of
preferable
it,
to what
and
we have right now. Yes.
yeah, even then the Iranian regime still wanted to destroy us. If the United States backed out and completely took away everything, the Iranian regime would no doubtedly continue to hate the United States with all of their passion. In fact, they've killed hundreds of our troops. They've funded terrorist organizations all across the Middle East. I'm not really sure why you're defending the Iranian regime right now. It's pretty pathetic.
I'm not.
You're defending their actions by saying the United States is the reason they act like that.
No, I'm explaining that this is the reason why people have this position, and I'm saying if we want to prevent this, this
Yeah,
is what
exactly.
we should do.
What is it? What should
That's
we
not
do then?
defending
Just
the
let them build a
IRGC. That's simply saying this is something that we can actionably do to limit the threat. Like what?
By limiting the threat, you want us to completely withdraw from the Middle East and withdraw funds from Israel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Withdraw
I think
military
that's
intervention from the Middle East. Is that crazy?
and you think that would destabilize the Middle East even further if the United States completely allowed Afghanistan, completely allowed Iran, Iraq,
Yeah, they already did with
Saudi
Afghanistan.
Arabia, all these countries.
Trump pulled us out of Afghanistan. He set up that agreement.
It was under the Biden administration.
But
Yeah, the agreement was
Trump set up that
approved.
agreement, genius.
Oh wait, so you do support the Afghan withdrawal?
Yeah, but Trump set up that agreement.
Oh, so you support a policy done by Trump? That's interesting. Never thought I'd hear Parker say he supports a policy
I've already
from the
said I
Trump
like Operation
administration.
Warp Speed. You asked me that question earlier, and I already answered. Operation Warp Speed.
That was I did not ask you that question.
That might have been the last person, but I don't know. Like, is that
Yeah,
like
but
a new thing?
all these nations in the Middle East that all absolutely despise each other, especially Israel. You don't think that if the United States completely withdrew funds and aid to Israel, the nation would collapse? Do you think they would collapse or not?
Would Israel collapse?
Yeah.
Bro, I don't care.
You don't care, but you talk about stabilizing the Middle East, though, so it seems like you should care.
Yeah, I don't think Israel is a country that stabilizes the Middle East.
No, you're talking about stabilizing the Middle East.
Wait,
If Israel falls, then it would be destabilizing.
Why do we have an obligation to maintain
Israel's
Israel's existence?
No, you, Parker, you're the one that wants to stabilize the Middle East, and if you want to stabilize the Middle
No,
East,
I think
like
I think the U.S. has
funds
not been effective at involving itself in stabilizing the Middle East. So I think we should not involve ourselves.
Yeah, and if you want to withdraw funds, then you would have to admit that Israel, the nation of Israel, would completely collapse, meaning millions of Jewish
if Israel
people
is
would
going to
be-
collapse without our funding, why do we have to keep funding them?
Because you want to stabilize the Middle East. That's your whole argument, is you want to keep us stabilizing.
I
you
don't
want to
think
keep
the
Middle
U.S.'s
East.
involvement has stabilized the Middle East. I am saying the U.S. should not be involving.
If the government collapses in Israel, would you consider
Hey, dude.
that destabilization? Would that be destabilization?
I don't
it's
know.
It's
I
literally
don't
the
know.
definition.
I think that might be long-term stabilization.
It's the definition of stabilization. When you talk about destabilization of the Middle East, you're talking about governments collapsing, Israel collapsing.
Wait, if Iran collapsed, the IRGC collapsed, would that be stabilizing to the region?
If the Ayatollah and all of that would collapse, I don't know. It depends on who comes in after.
Okay, so now you are arguing against regime change. You've
It
just
depends on the
contradicted yourself
situation.
now. He's now just contradicted himself.
Again, it depends on the context. I mean, if Israel did not exist any longer, then there'll be
Hey, dude,
millions of
I
Jewish
don't
people
care.
that would be exterminated.
I
but
do not
let me-
care about
you
funding
want to
Israel
debate,
to
but
the
you-
end of the fucking world. If they want to offensively fucking throw themselves into the ground, do that themselves. Let them fucking do it. I'm not gonna be the one that wants to foot the bill to keep Israel in going on its offensive conflicts for fucking ever, dude. I'm good.
Can I
I'd
not
rather
explain
not.
the difference?
If Israel's gonna destroy itself, then let it.
You say that they're contradicting itself. Okay, let's talk about
Wait,
the
if
difference
Israel is
between
going to
Israel.
destroy itself, why don't you just let them?
It's not Israel destroying itself. It's the nation surrounding it. The nation surrounding Israel want to destroy Israel. And you want to talk about
They should defend
destabilizing the
themselves.
Middle East.
Defend themselves.
Okay, your policy is no intervention whatsoever. That's the same
Not with
policy
the
that
state of
we've
Israel.
had.
I do not support that at all.
Okay, the government would definitely
I am
collapse.
sick. I seriously despise our relationship with the state of Israel. I think it's sick and decrepit. I do not want to be involving ourselves constantly in these fucking forever wars. Let's focus on this country, dude. Let's seriously focus on this country. Can we for 1 second focus on the needs of this country? For the fact that people need healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, and basic things that they need, things like that. Let's focus on this country instead of offensive conflicts, right? Let's focus on this country.
You have the same attitude when it comes to Ukraine.
I think that we view defensive differently than we view offensive. That's why I said offensive. Yeah, defensive is different than offensive.
That's literally
here's
what
my
we're doing.
position. Here's
Defensive
my
in
position.
Israel. That's
Here's my position. Ukraine should have been a part of NATO, and that war would have never happened in the first place. That's my position.
No, they were trying to get get Ukraine into NATO, and that's what caused the war. Now you're talking about Israel being offensive. The United
Wrong.
States built the
Wrong.
Iron Dome.
You just lied.
How is that offensive?
You just lied. You just lied. So no, the U.S. was not trying to get Ukraine in NATO. That's a made-up lie by Russia. You just spewed Russian propaganda.
No, the Munich Security
did.
Conference in 2022, Kamala
You just
Harris, your
spewed Russian
beloved Kamala
propaganda.
Harris. No, okay. Tell me what I said is not true. I'm about to give you a statement. The Munich Security Conference in 2022, Kamala Harris went there. Is that true? Did she go there? Yes or no?
I'm pretty sure yes.
She went there, and then she mentioned how crucial it was to get Ukraine into NATO, and how it would be so beneficial if Ukraine was into NATO.
Wrong.
Okay, we got the transcripts.
Give me a source. Yeah.
Munich Security Conference 2022 transcript. Okay, so the source is the U.S. Embassy in Georgia, if you really want that. And then
what's the title?
The title would be Remarks by Vice President Harris at the Munich Security Conference.
Start from the beginning. I didn't hear you.
The actual source is U.S. Embassy in Georgia, and then the title would be Remarks by Vice President Harris at the Munich Security Conference.
Munich Security Conference. Okay, where does it say in there?
Okay, are you on the website?
usembassy.gov. Georgia. Yeah, I'm on.
Yeah. Okay, so it says today, as we are all aware, the foundation of European security is under threat, or is under direct threat in Ukraine. Let's remember, from the wreckage of the two world wars, a consensus emerged in Europe and the United States, a consensus in favor of orders, not chaos, security, not conflict. So by forging relationships and bonds, forging organizations and institutions, laws and treaties, we together establish a set of rules, norms that have governed ever since. It's pretty clear she's indicating Ukraine, considering this is a NATO convention. They're talking about getting Ukraine into NATO.
That's not what she said.
Obvious.
You lying fuck. You're such a dishonest
She's not
fuck.
inferring that?
Tell me. No, not at all.
Oh.
I don't see that at all.
Now, even in the most difficult times for a transatlantic community, and even when our system has been tried and tested, we, the United States and Europe, have come together and demonstrated our strength and unity, but just as we do today, as we stand in this decisive moment with all eyes on Ukraine. As we said
As
all
President
along,
Biden has said, our forces will not be deployed to fight inside of Ukraine, but they will defend every inch of NATO territory.
this is not what we're talking about. I'm talking
It says,
about
since Russia has
Kamala
launched
Harris.
its proxy war against Ukraine nearly 8 years ago, the people of Ukraine have suffered immensely.
Okay.
Okay.
What point does that even prove?
Where does it say that they're going to have them join NATO? They said the United States has provided significant support to Ukraine's security assistance, humanitarian assistance, and economic assistance, and we will continue to support the people of Ukraine. None of this says that they're going to join NATO.
What we read earlier in the beginning of the speech, she was inferring, talking about the foundation of European security is under threat in Ukraine.
Yeah,
she's
but that does
clearly
not mean
inferring
that
that
she
she's
was
trying to
saying
get them
that they
into
should
NATO.
join NATO. You're grasping for straws, bro. But hey, I think they should have.
She's clearly
Hey,
inferring that. It's obvious.
I think she should have got them to join NATO. That would have been great.
If even though in the Budapest memorandum in 1992 when we told Russia that
Yeah,
we
I
wouldn't
think
expand
instead of the
NATO any
Budapest
farther
memorandum,
eastern.
it should have been them join NATO
Why?
because it would have prevented this war.
You think that if Ukraine was in NATO, Russia wouldn't have attacked because
Yes,
all the aid would have been sent to Ukraine, even
because
though
Article
the
5 would be
countries
invoked.
still sent the aid.
Russia cannot attack us if Article 5 would be invoked. Like the fuck?
I mean, the nations that are in NATO still sent the aid regardless of if they were in NATO or not.
But the reality of the matter is that there's a difference in level of support. Like we would have sent troops. That's how NATO's set up. Like
They did send troops. United Kingdom sent troops into NATO.
wait, we didn't send troops into Ukraine though.
The United States didn't. No, the United Kingdom did though. The United Kingdom did actually send troops on the ground into Ukraine.
Well, the U.S. didn't. I don't know if the U.K. did. I don't think they did.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not a genius on the NATO, the Article 5.
Did
Would the
UK
United States be?
send troops to Ukraine? No, they did not. Not for combat.
They did. The United Kingdom stationed military personnel in
here's
Ukraine.
January 6, 2026. It says UK and France to send troops if peace deal is agreed, which didn't happen.
No, this is what I'm reading. The United Kingdom stationed military personnel in Ukraine for mentoring, training, and advising roles, and has pledged to send peacekeeping forces to help police a future ceasefire. So yeah, they did actually send troops, but
Sorry, what were the
regardless,
troops?
I'm not
Repeat it again. So non-combat troops.
stationed military personnel in Ukraine for mentoring, training, and advising roles,
So
and has pledged to
non-combat.
send in peace. I mean, they're still sending aid. They're still sending troops. But again,
Yeah. So
I'm not a genius.
non-combat.
What does Article 5 say?
So non-combat peacekeepers.
I'm not sure. Yeah, they're trying to keep the peace. I mean, that's what any nation would be. Wouldn't that be the same thing with NATO? Wouldn't NATO also be trying to keep
peace
the peace?
forces, not boots on the ground combat forces. You're being ridiculous.
Hold on. It's not the same thing that NATO would be doing. Do you think NATO would actually invade a full-scale eastward invasion into Russia and try to take over the motherland?
No, I do think that if NATO was, or if Ukraine was a part of NATO and Russia tried to invade Ukraine, that they would defend Ukraine with their own military directly and invoke Article 5. And yes, they would try to prevent Russia from doing that. Yeah, that's literally what would happen.
Does Article 5 require all nations to send troops on the ground? I actually do not know.
In this situation, yes, it would be.
What do you mean in this situation?
Yes, we would have to.
How is it any different?
An attack on one is an attack on all.
Yeah,
That's what Article 5 is.
How would that justify sending boots on the ground?
So that justifies sending boots on the ground because of them being a NATO member and Russia directly attacked them. Like, dude, you just don't know how NATO works, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, you are just like clearly, obviously, you don't know how NATO works. Okay, if you want to go look up how NATO works, you should do that.
I literally just said
man.
that. I'm asking a curious question, but it turns out that's not actually true. You can just send aid. There's no rule that explicitly states that you have to attack them with men on the ground. There's nowhere in Article 5 does it say that.
Should we go through Article 5?
Yeah, read it for me.
Okay. Let me I'm going to NATO's website specifically. Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty states that an armed attack against one NATO member shall be considered an attack against all members and triggers an obligation for each member to come to its assistance. The assistance may or may not involve the use of armed force. Okay, I guess that's true. And include any action that allies deem necessary to restore and maintain the security. So it may or may not involve. So it doesn't mean it doesn't involve it, but if it does...
Exactly.
Listen, if they deem it necessary to restore and maintain security of that particular area, then yes, they can use armed force. So they can obligate everyone to use armed force.
They wouldn't actually deem it necessary.
Think about it this way.
If they did.
You thought you owned me there, but all this is saying is that if they deem it to be necessary to restore and maintain the security, that they then can obligate everyone to use armed force. But they may not use all armed force because that may not be necessary to establish security or to maintain security.
So yeah, exactly. Now, if you believe that NATO would actually enforce the ground soldiers, they would actually send them. Then why haven't any of the NATO nations actually sent any ground troops to
Because
actually fight?
the hypothetical scenario that we're talking about is if Ukraine was a part of NATO and that Russia invaded them directly. If that happened, it's quite literally that we would definitely use armed forces, as that would be necessary to restore and maintain security.
Well, if that was true, then why haven't
Like,
nations within Europe that are NATO members?
Can you agree with me that if Russia invaded Ukraine and Ukraine was a NATO ally, that we would rely upon armed forces? So to like
What do you mean?
maintain
Wait,
and
like the United States?
yeah, would NATO as a whole rely upon the use of armed forces to defend Ukraine, right? To restore and maintain security
No.
if Ukraine was a part of NATO?
Considering that Ukraine is still defending their nation without any of the assistance from troops,
If
and
you,
I'd
we're
say
talking
no.
about if Ukraine was a part of NATO.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that that any nations are obligated. At that point, I feel like it actually just escalate. I think that sending troops into the ground, having American troops fighting Russian troops, that's just going to turn back into the Cold War.
Dude, you're just like not engaging with my point, man. Would
Wh-
armed
what
forces
have I not
be
engaged with?
necessary to
Armed forces.
maintain security,
Yeah.
maintain and restore security, right? If Russia invaded Ukraine and Ukraine was a part of NATO.
Considering that Russia invaded Ukraine and they did not have to deploy any nation, other
They're not a
outside
part of
nations'
NATO, dude.
troops.
Oh
I know,
my
that's what I'm
God,
saying.
man.
Considering
The
considering
people I
Latvia
talk
is
to, I
oh my
swear,
gosh.
are the most absurdly annoying people to talk to. I'm asking him a direct question, and he purposely tries to not answer the direct question. Ukraine's not in NATO. I'm talking if Ukraine were in NATO.
Yeah, no, again, it would just turn back into the Cold War if the United States deployed troops on the
No,
ground
because
in
Ukraine is a part
Ukraine.
of NATO in that context. What are you talking
Yes,
about?
again,
The Cold War was
you already
proxy. The Cold War was proxy,
yes.
genius.
This would
Okay?
be this
If
would
the
be
Cold War
proxy.
was proxy, it wasn't direct conflict. Okay?
The
This
United
is direct.
States. This would
This
literally
is
be the definition of a proxy. The United States.
genius. This is direct conflict. This is direct. This is Ukraine being invaded by Russia, and they're a part of NATO. Crash out more.
Yes, and the United States is not that. We talk about crash out. You were just crashing out 10 seconds ago. You're smiling because you know it's true.
Hey,
No,
dude.
but again, that would literally be the definition of a proxy, though, because the United States is sending troops to a foreign land to fight Russian soldiers. That's literally Vietnam 2.0.
So again, what you're not understanding is that that's true right now because of the fact that there's a proxy. Now you're saying what you're not understanding is that in that context for Vietnam, right, that wasn't directly fighting with Russia or the Soviet Union. It was a proxy of the Soviet Union that the Soviet Union was funding.
Regardless,
That's an important point.
it'd be very similar
That's
situations.
an important point. That's the same as Russia, Ukraine right now. So I'm talking about in the context in which they are a member of NATO. Say, for example, if Russia tried to invade Finland, Finland's currently a NATO member. Would that mean that we need to use armed forces in order to be able to defend Finland?
No, we would not have to send armed forces.
I'm gonna
because
kick
it's
you.
in
I'm
regular
not
aid.
taking you seriously. You're a fucking dumbass. If you legitimately think that we would not need to use armed forces to secure Finland in that scenario, you are actually stupid. You are genuinely stupid. Actually fucking crazy. I can't believe that I have to explain that to someone. You can't. If I have the whole time I have to explain how NATO works, like what the fuck, dude? Alrighty, everyone. I'm going to send everyone over to Dean. I think Dean already did start his live. We were going to co-host here. I have to post some videos before I do. Is he on YouTube already? Let me check. Is he on YouTube already? Clifford, by the way, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you very much. Emmy, thank you so much for the dollar as well. Let's see. Is he live yet? Yes, he is. All right, everyone. Go to Dean Withers, spam Parker Raid, spam Love and Parker, everyone. Go to Dean Withers, spam Parker Raid, spam Love and Parker, everyone. Alrighty, everyone. Good night, everyone, or good day, everyone. I'll see everyone later. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.